All right. Trainer,
Here.
Tribble,
Here.
Mole, Codier, Moda,
Here.
Kira,
Here.
Himbargi, McClellan, Millington,
Present.
Temple,
Present.
Capozzi, Caldwell, Spalding,
Present.
Castello,
Present.
Parmar, Cantrell, Perry, Butler.
Present.
I'm so sorry. But Shilla.
Present.
All right. Bahatha. I'm so sorry. Okay. Simcoe. Wanjin.
Present.
Domino.
Present.
Foster. Becerra. Gell.
Present.
Yalamanchili.
Present.
Heintzgill. DeMarla. Patel. Uchoa.
Here.
Harrell.
Present.
Borges. Barrickman.
Present.
Almanar.
Present.
Anderson. Castellan. Hall.
Here.
Holmes.
Present.
Plattes.
Present.
Costas. Martin. Saucedo.
Present.
Tache. Brenner. 28 out of 45 quorum is verified.
Alrighty, we're at approval of the minutes. Take a look at last meeting's minutes. If there are any questions, let me know. If not, I will take a motion. Senator Borges.
President voting.
So noted at 7:08 p.m. Chair Temple.
Move to approve last meeting's minutes.
So a motion to approve last meeting's minutes. Any objections? Seeing none, Senator Parmar.
Present and voting in objection to the approval.
So noted at 7:08 p.m. Approval of the agenda. Take a look at the agenda. Any questions? If not, Chair Temple.
Move to approve tonight's agenda.
So a motion to approve tonight's agenda. Any objections? Do you object? Do you withdraw? Senator Parmar.
Motion to pick back up resolution 5415 to tonight's agenda.
Been a motion to pick up 5415 to tonight's agenda. Are there any objections? Seeing none, I'm gonna let Brody figure out where in the agenda to put that. With that, Chair Temple.
Move to approve tonight's agenda.
So a motion to approve tonight's agenda. Any objections? Seeing none, open forum. Alrighty. Is there anybody wishing to speak in open forum? All right. You'll have a minute 30 whenever you're ready.
Sorry. I can project my voice. All right. I'm speaking today in favor of Resolution 5419 through 21, I believe. The resolutions by Senator Caldwell. These resolutions include lobbying reform, accessibility to voting, and other causes for which advance the goals of democracy and the availability to the students of UCF. I believe that these are vital towards the democratic process, and that voting should be available for everyone. Thank you.
All righty. Is there anybody else wishing to speak in open forum tonight? Seeing none, announcements from the student body president. I'm going to pass it over to Comptroller Urchin.
Good evening, everyone. Sorry Daniela and Zelly can't make it today. They're both at Winter Wonderland, but they have nothing new to report.
Okay. Student body president, none. Announced from the vice president, none. Comptroller's report.
The CRT current account balance is $355,321.17 with a reversion rate of 1.27%. The FAO current account balance is $195,482.77 with a reversion rate of 5.31%.
Ready. Are there any questions for the comptroller? Seeing none. Cabinet forum, Attorney General. Comptroller.
Bear with me for this one. Caitlin's is a little bit longer. Hello, Senate. I'm currently at Winter Wonderland, but here are some updates from me. The SGLC holiday banquet and council reveal earlier this week were so much fun. I'm so glad I was able to attend, and shout out to all the SGLCers who are now in their leadership councils. I met with D-Leg McClellan to discuss Title IX and have some ideas for recommendations for revision. Next is Title VI outline, timeline, deadlines for the 2023 election. I finished reviewing Title VI and compiling an outline with all important dates and deadlines to assist EC and sent that to Supervisor McGregor. I also found more areas of Title VI that I could use some updates, and I'm preparing that as well. I've been finishing the outstanding opinion request. I should have that out to you all soon. Internal Bill 5424 updates to Title IX, adding document censures may reference. I've done some research into the scope and limitations of collegial bodies such as UCF student government and to what extent we are able to sanction and condemn actions in an official manner that fall under state and federal statutes or legal mandates. This bill is out of purview and even if passed is not enforceable. We as students are not attorneys or police officers and therefore are not able to interpret or enforce state or federal law. If there was an issue arising between two student government agents or an allegation against a student government agent, there are streams of justice available, including SCAI, OIE, Integrity Line, Victim Services, Student Care Services, CAPS, University PD, Student Legal Services, etc. Beyond that, this internal bill would jeopardize a person's due process rights by attempting to turn this chamber into a de facto court of law. I'm more than happy to meet with anyone to discuss this further and find a way to address relevant concerns without jeopardizing the integrity of our governing documents by extending beyond what we can do. And then, as always, her request for Attorney General opinion is linked below.
Alrighty. Are any questions for the comptroller? Seeing none. Thank you. ELA DeMarla.
Present and voting.
So noted at 7:14. Vice Chair Nambarji.
Present and voting.
So noted at 7:14 p.m. Announcements from the Chief Justice. Chief Justice Carroll.
Hello, everybody. Just a heads up, Judicial's last general meeting was last night, and then we're going to wrap up our last couple of committee meetings this week as well. Our last appeals hearing will be this Friday, tomorrow. Just to let you guys know, any newly submitted appeals will be held next summer. And then just kind of a heads up for what's going to happen next semester. As many of you guys might know, I'm leaving to study abroad late February. So applications for the new Chief Justice will open towards the beginning of the spring semester and hopefully be confirmed early February in time for that to happen. So, yeah.
All right. Are there any questions for Chief Justice Carroll? Seeing none. Thank you. Alrighty. Announcements from the Supervisor of Elections. I've been informed that Caroline wants Senator Gill to give the announcement.
Hello, Senate. So I will be speaking on behalf of Supervisor McGregor. So here are a few updates from her. She wrote a memorandum for ENA explaining all things the Election Commission did this semester. This is a statutory right under Title VI that mandates the Election Commission to give a memorandum to ENA. Here is said memorandum going over some things. Take a look at it. She also has opened EC application. So if you guys know anyone who's interested, please apply. They're due December 16th. This position isn't as demanding as a Senate position. So if you know anyone that might be interested in this, please do fill out this application. Also, a few weeks ago, she hosted an election forum detailing how to get involved with the upcoming elections. So in committee, she said that she would email the PowerPoint of this election form to anyone who wanted it. So in that case that you do want this to give to your friends or whatnot, feel free to shoot Caroline an email and she'll be more than happy to share this with you. Also, this year's spring election theme is space themed. So there will be promotional items that are space themed, which is really fun. And so be on the lookout for that. But yeah, that's all the announcements from McGregor.
Alrighty. Any questions about anything with the supervisor of elections? Seeing none. Thank you. Announcements from the Activity and Service Fee Committee Chair, Chair Wanjan.
Good evening, Senate. A reminder that budget hearings will be taking place from the 12th to the 14th of December. If you are interested in watching it all, they will be taking place here in the Charge on Chambers and will be live streamed on the YouTube page, just like our regular Senate meetings. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. And if you are asked any questions about the budget, please refer them to me as well, preferably using my ANSF chair seat email rather than my ORS email. Thank you.
Alrighty. Are there any questions for Chair Wanjan? Seeing none. Thank you. Alrighty. Announcements from the Scholarship Committee Chair, none. Announcements from the Senate President. Alrighty. Hey, everyone. Happy Thursday. Today is our last meeting of the fall semester. So congrats to all of you for your time and effort that you've put in to this semester. You know, we still got one more to go, but I appreciate you all. A couple quick updates. I have reached out to the digital media coordinator regarding Senate headshots. We're hopefully doing those within the first 2 weeks back from winter break. So we'll get more of an update probably over winter break about what that's going to look like. It'll probably be multi-day, so don't stress about it being one time and one time only, or else you don't get a headshot kind of thing. Next thing, please make sure that you're responding to requests from your committee and caucus chairs regarding availability for the spring. We want to get our committee and caucus times down as soon as we can so we can put them into the system. So if your committee or caucus chair sent out a when to meet, whatever way they're doing it, please make sure that you're responding to those as soon as possible. What else do I got here? Alrighty. We're also welcoming a new class of SLCers in the spring. So congrats to those chosen, and we look forward to working with all of them as we enter the spring. And then one last kind of quick update is that we are working to get a new LGBTQ plus caucus chair for the spring. Currently, the chair and vice chair is vacant. So what does that mean? That means that I'll be appointing the pro temp as the acting chair to facilitate an election at the beginning of the spring. If you are interested in joining that caucus or potentially running for chair, please communicate to me before the end of the meeting tonight so that I can appoint you. And that goes for every committee and caucus as well. If you're interested in joining any, to please communicate with me before the end of the meeting. And then the last thing that I just wanted to say is congrats to all those that joined us throughout the semester that we've appointed, and a special congratulations to those who are graduating this semester. You know, you will definitely be missed, and you all have done an amazing job, and I do wish you all the best in the next step of your great adventure. So with that, are there any questions for the Senate President? Vice Chair Hurl.
Can we give a round of applause to those graduating? Because that is hard.
Alrighty. Are there any other questions for the Senate President? Seeing none, before we continue, D. Sir Patel.
Present voting.
So noted at 7:20 p.m.
Present.
So noted at 7:20 p.m. Alrighty. Moving along, internal legislative assistant report, ILA Yalamachili.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So hello, everyone. SGLC had its last meeting 2 weeks ago before Thanksgiving break. There was no meeting today, but there was a holiday banquet on Tuesday, which was very fun, and SGLCers played games. It was holiday themed, so people came in pajamas and Christmas sweaters, and that was all pretty cool. And we also did council reveal where SGLCers were split into the Senate Leadership Council, the Executive Leadership Council, and the Judicial Leadership Council. And so I'm going to be coordinating the SLC next semester. I'm very excited for it. Looking forward to introducing the SLCers to y'all and, facilitating good work and relationships between SLCers and senators. Thank you to everyone from the 3 different branches, from the Executive Cabinet, the Judicial Council, and from Senate who came to the holiday banquet to facilitate the council reveal. In addition, with regards to this day in history, my essentially a daily fact. On today, in 1955, Rosa Parks in the city of Montgomery, Alabama, went on a whites-only bus and sat in that seat and was arrested. And this was a very brave act of civil disobedience that kickstarted the civil rights movement. So hats off to Rosa Parks. And Rosa Parks Day is celebrated today in the states of Ohio, Oregon, and Texas. And it was a milestone for the civil rights movement. So that's about it. Thank you.
All right. Are there any questions for ILA Alamanchili? Seeing none, external legislative assistant report, ELA DeMarla.
Hi, I hope everyone's doing good. These past couple of weeks, I've been working on an initiative tracker. I've linked it there. The purpose just being so that we can facilitate ideas not only in this body or like within this body, but also between sessions. I probably won't go into too much depth right now, but if you have an initiative, I'd love for you to add to this and just meet up with me and we can like kind of talk about what it works. I color coded it, so I put a lot of work into it. So I hope this proves to be valuable to this body.
Alrighty. Are there any questions for ELA DeMarla? Seeing none, Senate President Pro Tempore report, Pro Tem Foster.
So 1 second. All right. Good evening, guys. Hope everyone had a good Thanksgiving break. I know I really enjoyed mine, but we kind of talked a little bit about this in Senate Exec. So it's not just for committee chairs and vice chairs, but for everyone to kind of be aware of. So just start thinking about your committee and caucus times for next semester. Chambers will be available again for roughly the same time. So 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday and Wednesday. The conference room has very open availability. So just like email the time that you want the conference room for. We could probably get it booked. Times will come on a first come, first serve basis. So committee size and anything of that nature doesn't really matter. Just whoever has the times first and can submit them, you'll probably get the spot. We're going to be taking them until Sunday at midnight. So, I mean, if you submit it after that, you'll probably get a spot, but you probably won't get the time that you want. But in order to send this, email them to me. So the email sga_pro@ucf.edu, and then CC Speaker Hall on it and tell us the time and the day that you want and where you want it to be at. So again, Monday and Wednesday we have the chambers. Any other day we have the conference room. So your chairs should have probably, or if they didn't do it yet, send a when to me in the group me. So I know you guys don't try to group me like that, but try to fill it out as soon as possible. Also, I wanted to give a quick congrats to all the new senators that's recently been confirmed. Everyone that will be seen tonight, you can expect an email from me tomorrow regarding scheduling your orientation, getting started as a senator. Lastly, please try to focus on your finals next week. I know we do a lot of stuff for student government. It's really cool. We have a lot of achievements and accolades that we get here, but school is the first reason that we're here, why we're here at the university. So try to take time, study for your finals. Don't worry about this until next semester. If you need anything, let me know.
All right. Are there any questions for Pro Tem Foster? Seeing none, Deputy Pro Tempore of Legislative Affairs report. D.L. McClellan's not here. I'm going to pass it over to Pro Tem Foster.
All right. All right, you get to hear my voice again. So Ryan is currently not here, but he says, hello, everyone. He hope you had a great Thanksgiving break. This week, we have a number of pieces of legislation that need to be seen this week for funding reasons and statutory requirements. First, we need to pass internal bill 5425 because this affects the apportionment that affects internal bill 5429, which statutorily must be passed tonight. So let me reiterate that it needs to be passed tonight. Whether you vote for it or you vote against it, it does need to be seen tonight. So next are the fiscal bills, the two abad bills. These can be seen as a block. And then once all the fiscal bills are passed, we can put them on third and you can see them as a block to save time. He's very sorry he's not here with us tonight, but he is traveling to the band to New Orleans to watch he gets to play in the game with the band this weekend in New Orleans for the AAC championship. So that's pretty cool. And he has to put his academics first. So he's doing a lot of schoolwork now because he won't be able to do it over the weekend. But he says he wishes you happy holidays and good luck on your finals.
Alrighty. Are there any questions for the D-Leg? Seeing none, Deputy Pro Tempore of Senate Relations Report, Disha Patel.
Hello guys. This week our IM teams played their second volleyball game and our first soccer game. For our volleyball game, we won the second set. That's all that mattered. Don't ask if we won or not. For a soccer game, we had an amazing turnout and went to play against the Demolishers. If you wanted the results, we were demolished. If you're interested in joining, we have practices Friday for volleyball and Sunday for the soccer. Additionally, I also met with Vice President Martinez this week to discuss the ASB agenda and the overall status of all the agencies.
All right. Are there any questions for Disha Patel? Seeing none, caucus reports, APIA caucus, Chair Patel.
Hello, everyone. This week we discussed APEC status in the ex officio seat, and we also worked with Director of Comms and D&I Coordinator Collins to create an Instagram post honoring Native American Heritage Month.
Any questions for Chair Patel? Seeing none, Black Caucus report, Chair Holmes.
First of all, we weren't demolished, or we did lose, okay. But yeah, that was awesome. Thank you, Disha Patel, for setting up IM teams. Those are so fun. I love watching and playing. It's awesome. Thank you so much. So we did not meet this month, like I said, our last meeting, but Black Caucus did have dinner at Tibby's New Orleans Kitchen, and it was so fun. We had amazing conversations, laughs, and bonding time. I really enjoyed my time. And I want to do a huge thank you to our caucus. This semester, we positively impacted so many students, and I'm so proud of the work that we do and continue to do. I'm forever grateful. Our work from this semester will be featured by Kira Pero through NSM News. So I'll let y'all know when that article goes up sometime this month or for spring. And then I sent out a when to meet for meeting for the spring. And if something ends up not working for you, just let me know. I can probably work something out with the pro temp regarding time and everything. So just let me know, fill it out by Saturday afternoon. And that's all for me. Sorry.
Alrighty. Are there any questions for Chair Holmes? Seeing none, Disability Caucus report, Chair Teche.
Yeah, assuming L, who's sitting back there, gets confirmed, this will be the last Senate meeting where I'm chair of this caucus. So thanks for the support while I did that.
While I have you, Chair Teche, present.
Present and voting. I totally forgot.
So noted at 7:29 p.m. Alrighty. Are there any questions for Chair Teche? Seeing none, Hispanic Latinx Caucus report, Chair Salcedo.
Hello, everyone. So today we'll be seeing our resolution on first reading to change our name to Latin Hispanic Caucus. After more than a month of discussions and a lot of input from students during our open forum, we believe this is in the best interest of our students. So if you do have something to share about what you think about this name change, please take a look at our minutes. There was a lot of in-depth discussion, as well as I encourage you to reach out to me one-on-one. I'm more than happy to share the caucus's opinions on why we decided to do this. And I'll also be extending an invite to our SOs and students and professors at UCF to speak on this resolution if they have something to share. And lastly, our last meeting of the semester is going to be tomorrow at 3.
Alrighty. Are there any questions for Chair Salcedo? Seeing none, LGBT Caucus report, none, Women's Caucus report, Chair Moda.
Hi, everyone. We are also introducing legislation tonight to change our name to the Women's Caucus with an E. We want to do this to be more inclusive to everyone, and we will not be meeting tomorrow. So yeah, have a great winter break.
Alrighty. Are there any questions for Chair Moda? Seeing none, unfinished business. So before we move forward, going to roadmap it here a little bit for us. So kind of what D-Leg McClellan's announcements said, that we do need to see Internal Bill 5425 before we can see Internal Bill 5429, which deals with reapportionment of seats. This is an important thing, needs to be done tonight. That relates to effectively, and we'll kind of go more into it. Obviously, right now, each center represents around 1,000 students, whether that is going to be changed or not to a different number. Brody has a lot of information on that we'll go into more. So what we're basically going to do right now is we're going to see Internal Bill 5425 on second reading in unfinished business. Once we're done with that, we're going to move along to fiscal committee caucus time so ORS can meet, and then fiscal legislation and go from there. So with that, notice legislation second reading, bills. Is there a motion for speech, questioning, and debate? Before, or Chair Dashay?
Yeah, I had a question first. Would we have to hear that bill again on third reading before we were able to hear the other one?
Yeah, we will.
Okay.
Yeah. Is there a motion for speech, questioning, and debate? Chair Temple?
I move for 5-minute speeches, 10-minute questioning, 10-minute debate.
There's a motion for 5-minute speeches, 10-minute questioning, 10-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, before we start, I'm aware that the sponsor is not currently here with us. So I don't know. The sponsor did tell me that there were multiple senators willing to take on the bill, but I don't know if anyone specific. Chair Taché, do you want to do it?
Sure.
Good. Okay. Chair Taché, 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Yeah, so I never spoke to, or I didn't speak a ton to Loki about this bill, but I will gladly pick it up now. I know that we discussed this a lot in LJR during informal and had kind of a long conversation about it. I think the rationale behind this bill is that, sorry, I got a text as I was looking at it. But the rationale behind this bill is that Senate is never really full. And also that a smaller body would probably be more efficient and productive. We discussed during LJR that having a smaller body would allow for a lot more collaboration on things. A lot of the time it feels like we're very isolated from each other here. And that there's not really a spirit of working together on things. I think that comes from, there's so many votes that you need to win over on something that, getting together with 5 or 6 senators to talk about something isn't, necessarily the most effective thing because most of our votes, are very lopsided. And so I think doing something like this of reducing the size would, one, help us in the case that it ever actually is full. I think we could all kind of agree that 70 people would be way too many people to have in here. But as far as establishing a lower threshold, like to begin with, having a smaller body would just, allow for a lot more opportunity to work together and collaborate and have a lot more informal conversations and allow it to be, 3 people think this, let's add an amendment in here so that way those 3 people can vote for it. And I think it would just, create that environment a lot more. Sorry, I didn't have a speech prepared for this, but those are my main thoughts on it as I am now, I think, the sponsor, because I don't think Loki can technically sponsor something as he's been dismissed, but we'll sort that out later.
Alrighty. So before we move to questioning, Chair Urrea, if you can maybe link the minutes from LJR to underneath where it says Senate potential examples, just so people can see the discussion that was had so that we're not talking about the same thing for the next 10 minutes. So we're now in line for questions. Chair Wanjin.
I just wanted, there's a second part with changing getting rid of undeclared basically and merging it with undergraduate studies. Could you elaborate on that part?
I think the thought process is probably just that if there are, because those seats normally have 1 per person, right? Am I correct on that?
They're calculated at the same ratio as anything else, but typically, yes, they are under 1,500, which would put them within
Okay. The thought process is since they're not necessarily representing that different of interests, that, if there's 2 people 1 year from undergraduate studies who want to do it, and there's 2 people 1 year who are undeclared who want to do it, why have 1 vacancy and 1 filled when you could just pull from the same group of people who are representing similar interests?
All right, we're still in line for questioning. Vice Chair Nabarji.
So my question to you is, aren't we already
like at this smaller body. So you're saying that in line that we have a smaller body already, that we aren't filling up Senate. And then we should reduce that body even more so we'll have more collaboration. But aren't we already at a stage where, since we're small enough, so say, we should already be collaborating more? We already have less people voting. So isn't this not necessarily something we can fix with a resolution, but something we have to just actively seek ourselves as senators?
Yeah, so that reminds me of something else that I probably should have included during my speech, which is what we talked about was this would probably encourage a lot more people who are actively passionate on really creating a change, getting elected more often. In the sense that if you actually are having more competitive races in what's going on, and it's not just the College of Sciences and the College of Arts and Humanities mainly that are having those contested elections, you'll have some more eager senators. And also, in the way that this was introduced initially, it would still be cutting down the amount of senators we would be capped at to about 8, 9, 10 less than we currently have. And so it would guarantee that high floor, even if we amend it to be 1,500 rather than 2,000 and have 3/4 of the seats, it would then put us locked in at the max we can have is the amount that we have right now.
Follow up.
Okay, so don't you always say that the only thing you need to become a senator is just a drive and passion to make a difference on this school? So don't you think it's going to make Senate more competitive and people are going to look more at your accolades and what you've accomplished in the past, rather than Senate being more about people who are passionate and willing to learn and willing to develop?
Yeah, so that's a good point. Like, I do say that a lot during debate, especially on our confirmations and things like that. I think that exists more so when it comes to formal qualifications, in the sense of like being a part of SGLC or serving in leadership of an RSO, things like that. I think being passionate generally and having the care is all that really matters there. And then there was another part to your question I wanted to answer that I'm forgetting. Can I ask him to say it again?
Clarify.
Okay, yeah. So, I mean, you did answer for a majority what I was looking for, but I just want to make sure that when we do look at senators that are being up for election, up for like confirmation, especially ones that are voted in by the people, what's going to be the criteria to have them voted in? Is it going to be a popularity contest? Is it going to be based on their accolades? Or is it going to be based on the fact that they have a willingness and drive to make a difference and learn how to develop into leaders, into people who understand the legislative body and understand the other branches of student government?
Yeah. So to just answer that quickly so we can get to other stuff, in my own personal experience as someone who ran in the most contested college, I don't think it's necessarily like a popularity contest. I didn't post once on social media that I was running. I just went out in the courtyard and talked to students and was like, hey, these are my ideas. Here's what I want to do. Here's what I'm passionate about. And then I managed to get elected. So I think it's less about popularity, because it needs to be, people from your specific college that you're reaching out to. That's hard to do. Like, I know that most of my social media followers are just people I know from high school. So like, I think it's more about people establishing a drive before they ever get in here than it is about, it becoming a popularity contest.
Okay, I'm going to go Senator Spalding, then Pro Tem Foster.
Okay, so this is also me just wanting to make sure that I understand. So for my college, there's only 5 seats. And so similar to you, when I ran both times, last session and this session, I just ran. I didn't really have to do much campaigning on it. I don't think I really posted much on social media. So how do you see this affecting like colleges that are already small in numbers that don't really have to, or that kind of just run and then are not feel like appointed?
So to answer the thing about smaller colleges, I think something that would be helpful, and this doesn't directly answer your question, but what we talked about is, so hypothetically speaking, if we have 45 senators in here, but the max is 45, that reduces every college's numbers. So for example, let's look at the College of Graduate Studies, where we have 2 senators. Yeah, we have 2 senators out of the 10 available. If we reduce that number by half, and there are still 2 people who want to do it, that is still more representation for the people in that college because they have a higher percentage of their seats filled. Whereas if the College of Science had 15 versus having 8, then the College of Science is still at capacity, but it narrows the gap of, okay, this college has one person voting on behalf of 8,000 people versus this college has 15 people voting on behalf of 15,000. It would reduce that and make that gap smaller. Does that help answer your question? Okay, sorry.
Alrighty, Pro Tem Foster.
All right. So I guess my question is, I think everyone remembers in the beginning of the session, we had maybe I think 55 or 60 people that got elected. And then towards the first month of all of us being in this chamber, those numbers dropped to around probably low 40s, high 30s. So if we reduce the cap of senators to 35, because of time conflicts, people realize, oh, I actually don't want to sit here for 5 hours on a Thursday, and things of that nature. What would you do, I guess, to combat? Let's say we had a full chamber of 35 next election season, and then 15 people left, then we're down to 20 senators. I would see caucuses and stuff not having a lot of representation, or fiscal committees maybe having 3 people on them, and that would technically, I guess, be quorum or something, but it'd be a lot of work for them to do, I guess. So how would you combat the committees and the caucuses not having a lot of help?
There was a first part of that before you got to the committees and caucuses, but I'm forgetting. But the second part about those is, we already have kind of a small body, and those things already aren't filled. Let's be honest, for example, Disability Caucus, I think Tyler and I both are doing that because no one else wanted to. We currently have no one in leadership in LGBTQ plus caucus. Not to say that it wouldn't potentially be a problem again, but I also, to the first part of your question about resignations and things like that, I don't really see that as being a problem because we got a bunch of applicants over the course of the year. And so the odds are we will continue to get that same amount of applicants, even if there are less seats. If there are seats available, people are going to apply. And so bringing in 15 people is going to mean filling the body rather than still having it be pretty empty.
Okay, we have about 1:20 left. Senator Gill.
Hi. So one of my looking at this, I see that College of Med is going to be dropping, would drop to 2 seats. Right now, College of Med has 3. So my question is, with these smaller colleges and the dropping of their numbers, how do you see the diversity and different backgrounds of and opinions from these colleges now getting lost in diversity and different mindsets now limited to only these few minds, whereas now we do have a larger chamber. Maybe it's not as full, but it still gives the opportunity for multiple mindsets and different ideas so that one group doesn't necessarily take over. Do you see this bill limiting that, or how would it not limit that?
If we're talking about specifically the College of Medicine example you gave, when we talk about, thoughts within colleges, I think, it would just be on those 2 senators to, 1, collaborate more, but 2, make sure they're talking to people in their college more and trying to collaborate with different minds outside of just Senate. I think the people who end up joining Senate are honestly very similar people a lot of the time, especially if we go college by college. And so they tend to have similar thoughts on things. I think having a reduced number of people won't often tend to lead to a lower diversity of thought, and it'll probably just encourage people to actually talk to their constituents more often than feeling like there's a large enough sample within Senate.
Alrighty, questioning time has elapsed. Is there a motion to extend questioning? Chair, no. ILA Almonchilli.
Move to extend questioning time by 6 minutes.
There's a motion to extend questioning time by 6 minutes. Any objections? Do you withdraw?
Yes.
Is there still a motion to extend questioning time, Senator Palmer?
Motion to extend questioning time by 3 minutes.
There's a motion to extend questioning time by 3 minutes. Are there any objections?
I object.
Do you withdraw?
Move to extend questioning time by 5 minutes.
There's been a motion to extend questioning time by 5 minutes. Are there any objections? Senator Berkman, do you object?
May I say something that I feel like will lend to this, the resolution of the questioning time?
I would recommend doing that in debate if you are going to speak.
Yes. So then I object.
Do you withdraw? Okay, we're pro-conning it then. Okay, so each side's gonna get, what, 30 seconds? A minute? Each side's gonna get a minute. Pro the objection is Berkman. Con is Pro Tem Foster. Each will have a minute. Berkman, whenever you're ready.
I think continuing to direct all of our questions to a single person is not really conducive in the furtherance of this bill. I think that moving on to debate will allow a more vibrant and functional discussion along these lines, in which we are all posing information and questioning each other, essentially, versus all of the flow going to Jason.
Great. Pro Tem Foster.
Yeah, so I objected to Senator Parmar because it's only 5 more minutes. And I do think the questions are providing more insight to certain things. Like, I bet a lot of people didn't know that the College of Medicine was going to drop to 2 seats until Cheryl Garrell mentioned that. And I know a lot of people had their hands up for a while. Like, I saw Chair Wanda, she's like one of the first people to have her hands up. And then Chair Almanar too. So it's just 5 minutes and a couple people have things to say. So I just would like to hear, I guess, their questions before we move on to debate. Because I wouldn't want debate to be just people directing questions because they don't understand the legislation.
Alrighty, we're now in voting procedures. Again, pro the objection is Berkman to go right to debate. Con is to do an additional 5 minutes. Pro Tem Foster. Alrighty, with a vote count of 8 to 19 to 2, Con the objection, Pro Tem Foster, yes. Okay, so we're now have 5 additional minutes of questioning time. All those with questions, I'm gonna go Chair Almanar.
So my question is, wouldn't this essentially just like rule out write-ins being a thing if like you lower the amount of apportionments for the different colleges? That would like essentially get rid of write-ins for colleges that are more competitive or slightly competitive.
Is there like a question in there?
Yeah, would that not be a thing?
I mean, your guess is as good as mine. I'd imagine that would probably make write-ins a lot less likely.
ILA Alamichili.
2 questions, if I may.
You may.
Why, considering that the student government cares a lot about checks and balances, why do you feel that it is necessary for this existing Senate to determine the composition and structure of the next Senate? Why shouldn't that be like a constitutional amendment agreed by the entire student body? Why does this have to be a decision taken unilaterally by this Senate?
I guess there's no particular reason it has to be done that way. I didn't write it, but I would say that if you want to do some changes and further enshrine it, I have no opposition to anyone writing a constitutional amendment that would do something different than this or whatever. I also think that a lot of the times the constitutional amendments that we do, if they are internal things, no one knows what they are or what they mean. And so sometimes it'd be better just to decide amongst the people who like are aware of it. Also, the next Senate could totally change it if they think that it's really bad. So it can get checked again the next year.
And my second question is, based on the chart about Senate reapportionment that is linked in the LJR minutes, some colleges have their reduction in influence by different percentages. Some colleges will have 75% of their seats left. Some colleges will have 50% of their seats left. Some colleges will have 83, 80%. Basically, different colleges will have their influence reduced by different percentages in terms of voting power. Would this be a problem to fair representation to all the colleges at UCF in general, since some colleges will disproportionately lose out over others?
By that same logic, why don't we expand to 700 seats I think, it changes slightly, but that's just like the problem with math and representation. Like we have the same thing in the United States Congress where certain people are represented more or less based off of odd population numbers. That's just the reality of representative democracy. Yeah.
Chair Temple. 2 questions, Mr. Speaker.
Go for it.
Thank you. So Chair Taché, are you aware if Senator Mole had talked with anybody outside of LJR regarding these potential amendments? So say, for example, with the Election Commission or ENA?
Gonna yield to Chair Urea.
Go for it.
Okay, so the original issue actually was that Loki didn't talk. He couldn't come to talk about the bill, so that's why we were really confused about it in LJR. So he actually never spoke to us, but we got some clarification a few weeks later, which was last meeting, from Brody. And so I'm not aware if he spoke to other people. Maybe Chair Gell would know more about that, but he actually didn't speak to us. Point of information, that's all.
Thank you, Chair Urea. My second.
Or before I'll allow Senator Gell.
Yeah.
Yeah, Loki never spoke to ENA about this. We only heard about this yesterday through Brody, and we had a discussion on it. So from an ENA standpoint, he did not talk to us about this.
My second question has been answered, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Alrighty, I'm gonna go Chair Saucedo.
To your knowledge, would any of these reapportionments, how do I say this? Would any currently sitting senators lose their seat in Senate due to the reapportionment?
I haven't done the math, but I'd imagine so because I know that there are colleges that are currently full. This would take effect for the next election, which is what I think Brody was about to say. Yeah. Brody, I'm sorry I didn't give you the flower that matched your shirt. I didn't even realize. Anyway, sorry I picked flowers for them. But yeah, I'd imagine people in the arts and humanities would lose their seats because I'm pretty sure that's full and elsewhere, but on College of Medicine, because I know there are 3 there and it would go down to 2, but it would take effect for the next election cycle. So like, it's not like any of us would get kicked out.
Alrighty, questioning time has elapsed. Is there a motion to extend questioning? Seeing none, we're now in debate. I'm gonna go Chair Urea.
All right, so I don't want to forget everything I was going to say, but basically, I know that this seems really daunting and scary and something that I would assume a lot of people are opposed to. But kind of what Jason said, that if less people can run to just join and just be in student government, put something on their resume, or just join as like, they just see it on Instagram and they think it's cool. If it's more competitive, then you have more passion within those groups of people, making it to where there would be increased involvement and less kind of just floating around. And so, well, I think 2,000 people, changing it to 2,000 students is too extreme. I don't think that cutting it down to be like 1,250 is that crazy. Because yes, like let's just say the College of Medicine would go down anyway, regardless of us passing this. So it's not a huge jump. And I forget what I was going to say, but, also once elections are over, there's always so many resignations. And if you have people that actually know what they're getting themselves into, they want to do it, they have a lot of passion, all of that stuff, and they can't just join an uncontested seat. That's when you actually, I would think, would have less resignations because there's more passion and more involvement already. So, yeah.
All right, before we continue, just for clarification, I'm seeing both Chair Wanjan and Chair Urea. Are these amendments that were already agreed to in LJR, or do we need to see these on the floor? Just for, I can't tell if this was agreed on.
I mean, mine weren't ever agreed on. They don't need to be there if we do change the
bill was already on second reading, so LJR couldn't amend it. Okay. The conversation was had there. If you don't mind, really quickly, this is something I brought up to LJR, but only because I was worried their previous conversation, they didn't have enough information since Loki wasn't able to be there. I framed it this way for LJR, and I am hopeful that they took that to heart. That I wanted to share some information, and while I have an opinion on what's best, that's not the important piece, right? I just wanted to make sure that they had the information in the context to make an informed decision, and that's the same thing I want for you all, is to be able to make an informed decision with the information.
Okay, I'm gonna let Uriah, and then we'll keep.
To be clear, the amendment, we didn't agree on the amendment in committee because there was one committee member that is against this. So it's solely for me, not as chair.
Okay, moving along, Senator Cantrell.
So I am fairly new to Senate. However, I feel like the problem would not necessarily be, or it is a problem that there is a lot of underrepresentation for a lot of these colleges. But I feel like something that we should work towards maybe as a Senate is to try to actually advocate for filling those seats rather than cutting down on them. Because if those seats were to actually be full, that would have more ideas flowing between everybody, because more people equals more ideas, which I think in the history of humanity, more ideas have never equaled a bad thing.
Vice Chair Castleton.
President voting.
So noted at 7:57 p.m. Vice Chair Hurl.
I did want to debate, but can I get handed over to Tasha? So he seemed like he had a point of information.
Chair Tasha.
Yeah, sorry. So what I'm realizing now is based off of the speech that I gave, because I forgot that we hadn't approved that amendment. Technically, we just did speech and questioning and some of debate on something that is not technically in this. So we would have to hear the amendment to put back in the changing of the apportionment. Currently, the way the bill exists, all it does is merge undergraduate studies and undeclared. So my apologies for that. Obviously, we're still going to have to debate that part of it once we make a motion to hear that amendment. But so it's still helpful conversation, but that's technically not what this piece of legislation is at the moment.
Okay, I'm going to let Vice Chair Hurl and then Chair Wonjan.
Okay, thank you. So we did have a very long conversation in LJR about this, and I did not put it in the notes because we were informal. Next time I will make sure to do that so you guys can see how the conversation went. But we did talk about some pros and cons. I think the issue here with a big body is not necessarily filling the seats and having people not being represented. It's a lack of knowledge while representing. So like there are some senators who talk to their constituents and get what they want, but we also have to remember that we have to be knowledgeable on what our constituents want. And if it's a little harder to get in these positions, it might push senators to talk to their constituents, because it might be 2 versus 3 people representing. And I think it's important to have knowledge while voting of what your constituents would want. And I think a smaller, not too small, where it becomes an issue of not enough checks and balances, but smaller in the sense it's easier not to control, but to collaborate with each senator. I think it might be beneficial to cut it down slightly. I'm not saying the whole 2,000, because that would cut Senate to, I believe, 36, and I don't think that's what we need. But I will say cutting it down slightly might be able to build collaboration and build knowledge, because we'll be able to talk to individuals about each bill and each resolution and have more knowledge on what we're actually voting for and how our constituents would want us to vote.
Chair Wonjan.
I'm in opposition of this bill, both with the change with the 1250 and getting rid of the undeclared seat. Undeclared seat because I don't think that College of Undergraduate Studies and undeclared have necessarily the same interests. So I don't think that's a smart decision, but the 1250 specifically is the one I know we're all focusing on right now. The 1250, I'm just, as budget committee chair, I want as many student voices as I can on the budget and Senate looks at the budget. And I don't think decreasing Senate and changing the number of people looking at like the entire $20 million budget makes much sense, especially when so many people in this room are super worried about having students represented on that super important piece of legislation. I also think it's really important that we just allow people to have a chance to get in, because if we shrink it, then College of Sciences gets even more competitive than it already was, and it means that Greek life has an even higher chance of dominating Senate because everyone knows Greek life votes, as well as like political organizations on campus and that sort of thing. So it's just something where I don't necessarily want people to only get into Senate by election if they have endorsements from Greek life or political organizations or something like that.
Senator Schiller.
Echoing her initial statements and for the actual bill itself, I am also in opposition of mending both the undergrad and the undeclared seat together into the same position due to conflicting possible interests. But considering we're mostly focusing on the 1250, I would also like to say I'm in opposition of that as well. When we consider the actual thresholds being increased, that would make it so larger populations would have more seats overall versus the smaller groups. We already see that with a few options such as photonics, which only has one seat at this point and would still remain with one seat, while the other options that already have full capacity would remain still in majority with a greater ability to make their point versus a smaller section of the college or a smaller section of the university of their own college. In the case of the College of Engineering, for example, we just filled out most of our seats within the past few weeks. And if we start lowering that by the time comes next semester, it's just going to shrink down again and make most of what we just did a moot point. Finally, then there's consideration of the RSOs themselves, which as senators we're supposed to represent. If we have fewer senators, that means there's more misrepresented or non-represented RSOs. And with more senators, we can actually accommodate these RSOs and attempt to do our best to do so. Failure to do so as a senator should not be something that should be a commonplace thing or a common concern. Rather, it should be the senators themselves that raise that kind of standard of quality.
Vice Churchill.
I'm also speaking against both of these. First of all, there's already underrepresentation for RSOs. As you can see, we have hundreds of RSOs on campus, and a lot of them are not being represented by a single one of us. The second point is the College of Medicine, for example. We only have 3 seats, and it's going to be brought down to 2. I feel like I am a little bit biased. I think it's a very important college, of course. And I think 2 students are just not enough. There's not enough ideas. And honestly, the more ideas, the better. And the third point is I think that bringing down the number of senators will also impact the elections, because I think it's going to be just a popularity contest. The people who are involved more with, of course, as it was mentioned, with political clubs and with Greek life, will have a higher chance of getting in. And that's not what we want. We want to give an opportunity to everyone and have more ideas. So, yeah.
Deesu Patel, less than a minute.
I'm going to be speaking against. One of the points brought up was how people don't know what they're getting themselves into, and then they resign quickly after that. But if you look over our last election, there are people who ranked like in the first top 5 of their colleges who won the election, and they resigned to commitment issues. But if you look at, for example, Ron McClellan, he was second to last in the College of Business. He was a writing candidate and only got 15 votes. Yeah, here he is like 9 months later. He's a D-Leg, a wonderful person, does so much for our Senate, supports fiscal leadership. It's like that's not a good analogy. Like, it's a hit or miss. Some people don't know what they're getting themselves into, but like just because how well the election was run does not impact that.
Alrighty, debate time has elapsed. Is there a motion to? Okay. I saw Senator Parmar first.
Move to vote.
Oh, there's an motion to go to vote. Do withdrawal. Chair Urea.
Would I have to motion to add more time, then make the motion to?
No.
Okay. Motion to see my amendment.
So motion to see Chair Urea's amendment. Are there any objections? Seeing none, is there a motion for speech, questioning, and debate? Chair Taché.
As we already just debated only this and the rest of it, motion for 1 minute speech, 1 minute questioning, 1 minute debate.
Motion for 1 minute speeches, 1 minute questioning, 1 minute debate. Are there any objections? Do you object?
I object.
You withdraw?
Yep.
2 minute speeches, 3 minute questioning, 3 minute debate.
So motion for 2 minute speeches, 3 minute questioning, 3 minute debate. Any objections? Seeing none, Chair Urea.
Okay, I kind of already talked about this in my debate, like why I think 1250 is a good number, but it wouldn't be as much of a dramatic decrease as, again, per se, like 1500 or 2000. I think this is like a good happy medium that makes it a little bit harder to get into Senate, and that's not a bad thing. It can still be a productive, good thing that helps people come in with more of an idea of what Senate is and like a lot more passion behind it. So we do see more advocacy because that's lacked this session so far. We haven't seen, in my opinion, enough advocacy, and having that passion and drive coming into Senate, I think would be increased if there's decreased seats. Yield to debate or whatever.
All right, we're now in line for questions. Senator Berkman.
Was any data used from previous sessions in the proposed apportionment, specifically like the number of senators that represented and the timeframes in which they served?
No, but I was in SGLC last year, and this year I've seen the same thing happen. It's a common thing that after elections, there's a lot of resignations. I mean, you can look, there's only a few people here that ran still. Not a few, but not the majority.
Before we continue, Brody, point of clarification. A part of the reason why we're saying this is because enrollment is now stabilizing and going down, right? So over time, the seats are going to go down anyways if we keep it at 1,000.
I'm going to give kind of two answers to that question. Enrollment is going down, and generally the university expects that to continue to some degree. Part of the reason we're having the conversation, or at least part of the reason I wanted to make sure that you all had an informed conversation, is because this has been a conversation for several years now, at least as long as I've been here. And it's been talked about regularly, just never quite gotten to legislation. So since it was, I wanted to make sure LJR and then the Senate had kind of the context and information to make a decision on that. Does that get to your clarification?
All right, moving along, Vice Chair Hurrell.
I just wanted to give a point of information or I don't know how they work. Kind of going off of what Yachoa said, I tried to do it earlier, but I think there's a misunderstanding. We're looking at if you guys have the Senate reapportionment up, like the Excel sheet up, it's column C and D. It's not B and C. I think a lot of people are looking at B and C. B is what we have now. C is next year's seats, and then D is what we're thinking about changing it to for the 1250. So College of Medicine is going to go down to 2, no matter what, whether or not we change it from 1250 or 1,000. It's always going to have 2 seats. Just yeah.
All right, we're still in line for questions. Chair Almoner.
Move to debate.
No motion to go to debate. Any objections? Do you object, Senator? All righty, we're now in debate. I'm going to go Chair Almoner first.
Yeah, so I'm going to debate against this. I don't even think we should have this resolution, mainly because limiting the amount of people in this chamber is kind of like, it makes it easier for there to be like a power grab by one group of individuals on campus, whether that be a fraternity or a political institution, for them to just endorse a bunch of candidates and just pump them into this chamber. It doesn't matter what type of group it is. It just makes that possibility just slightly easier, which I don't think is right, because then there'd be less proper representation on campus. Also, if, like Brody said, this is a conversation we've been having that has been done for a few years now. The enrollment of this institution hasn't gone down dramatically that we have to do that. Like if we're like 1 year lost like 5,000 students in one go, I'd be like, okay, yeah, maybe we should do that for the next year. But we went down like about 1,000. That's like not enough, I think, for us to be cutting seats like left and right from some of the smaller colleges who don't have a lot of enrollment in the first place.
Vice Chairman Bargy.
Okay, so just conceptualizing all of this, what does it say about us as senators? If we're to acknowledge this resolution and pass it, are we not the senators that are empowered, the senators that are passionate about helping the student body, creating a better university right here on campus? Are we not already those people? So if we pass this and have a different type of election system for the next session, there's going to be a whole different type of people, and we're going to say that they're way more passionate than we were about helping the student body. Secondly, we have to think about it into two different ways. It's almost like a two worlds analysis. So the current status quo is that people get into Senate based on whether or not they have the passion to grow, learn, grow, and develop into people that are capable of leading, representing constituents, and then also acknowledging that they're people who have accolades behind them and are able to connect with the student body. That's what we assume senators are already, and then that they have the ability to learn. But if we change it to a different election system, we don't even know how that new system is going to work, how people are going to be voted. So yeah, it could be a popularity contest based on people who have the highest level of political influence at the school already, people who already have accolades behind them. And that's not to say they're actually passionate about being in Senate. They're maybe passionate about getting the power, maybe adding more to their resume because they're already so good at getting accolades. You're not necessarily saying that the people that are going to be representing the student body are any better than they are right now. And we actually limit the amount of diversity that's able to be at this school. So as Vice Chair Ochoa said already, he's scared about losing one more seat in medicine because they already don't have proper representation. So we have to be considerate about all the different types of colleges, be considerate about how we further push diversity, equity, and inclusion, and further promote equality, and not changing the entire structure of how the legislative branch works and then having an impact to the outer student body.
Alrighty, debate time elapsed. We are now in, Senator Control.
Motion to move to vote.
We are now in voting procedures. We're in voting procedures. I'm not going to see it. I'm sorry. With a vote count of 6 to 22 to 2, the amendments do not pass. Debate time elapsed on the actual bill. Senator Cantrell.
Motion to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Do you withdraw?
Sure.
I just wanted to make sure everyone knows what the bill is now because we didn't talk about it.
We need to extend debate if we're going to still talk about it.
Motion to extend debate by 1 minute.
There's a motion to extend debate by 1 minute. Are there any objections? Do you withdraw?
Sure.
Aile Alamachili.
Motion to extend debate by 3 minutes.
So the motion to extend debate by 3 minutes. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Aile Alamachili, and then Chair Teshe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy that the amendment was defeated because I felt it was anti-democratic and elitist and would deprive RSOs and students of representation that they needed. In addition, I do not believe that the bill as it currently stands is conducive to improving Senate in any manner whatsoever. I do not see why undeclared majors should have to lose a seat. Undeclared majors are different from the College of Undergraduate Studies. I do not see why they should be merged, considering that they don't have the same interests. I don't see how this bill would improve things in any way in Senate except reduce representation for majors that need it. A lot of us, we have various majors, we're in various colleges, we are represented by those colleges, and even for the students that do not have a major yet. They deserve to be represented as well. And so I don't think it is conducive to fuse the undeclared majors with the College of Undergraduate Studies, and I'm going to be opposing this bill. I encourage my fellow senators to vote against as well.
Chair Taché.
Yeah, so I extended debate so I could clarify what this was. Just there are now no changes to the level of apportionment. It will stay 1,000 seats per person, or 1,000 people per seat, whatever. But yeah, that's not in there. So the only change is merging the College of Undergraduate Studies with undeclared majors. And then to debate it for a second, I think this one's pretty simple. Undeclared majors don't have a dean, and therefore, let's be honest, the only way that we actually end up representing the people from our colleges is through dean meetings. We don't actually do pretty much anything in here in the general Senate body that is relevant to our colleges. And so giving those people a dean meeting to go to would be a good thing. Additionally, like, as I said, I knew 2 people personally who wanted the undeclared seat. But since they were friends, just one of them decided to run for it and then they ended up getting it, and that person has since resigned. But nevertheless, it allows 2 people in 1 year from one spot to be allowed to have a contested election rather than just one potential available seat for each of them. Like, it just seems to make sense to me. So that way we don't have one vacant when there were people competing for the other one.
Alrighty, debate time has elapsed. We are now in voting procedures. The vote count of 6 to 24 to 1, Internal 5425 does not pass favorably on second reading. Is there a motion to go to fiscal committee caucus time? Alrighty.
It's time to be real.
If you're in ORS, 15 minutes. If you're in ORS, please stay in the chamber. If not, you please step out of the chamber.
Also, it's my birthday. Have a cupcake.
Chair one. I'm not gonna do this. Chair one.
Present. If someone could, yeah, Temple.
Move to approve last meeting's minutes.
There's been a motion to approve last meeting's minutes. Are there any objections? Seeing none, the minutes stand approved. Castillo? There's been a motion to approve this meeting's agenda. Are there any objections? Seeing none, it stands approved by general consent. Announcements from me, none. Announcements from vice chair, none. Announcements from committee members, none. Announcements from non-committee members, none. Old business, post-funding reviews, FAO 54004, Ninth Special Event Society. I will take a motion for time. Temple.
Move for 3-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate.
There's been a motion for 3-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion stands approved. So you're being called into ORS because you reverted 100% of the funds we gave you for an FAO allocation. You'll have 3 minutes to speak whenever you're ready.
Yeah, it was partially my fault. I did not. I was contacted by, I would say, the business office like 3 weeks after I met with to get the funding, and it was partially my fault because I was trying to get everyone else on my board to actually sign. To sign the thing besides me and my faculty advisor, but I'm like, this semester I was the only one doing everything. So it's like with school and stuff, it's like it kind of slipped off on my plate. So like I did not really mean to do that. So,
was that everything?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. We're now in questioning. Anybody on the committee with questions? Berrickman?
What is your position in the RSO?
I am the current president of Knight Special Event Society, but I will be stepping down after the semester. So there's actually an elected president that will be taking my position because I decided just to step down because of like what happened this semester, and I couldn't do it one more time for another semester.
Any other questions from the committee? Sheila?
If you're already having time constraints, why would you have put yourself towards getting finances and then struggle with them subsequently?
Because before I signed up for it, I was told that like I would get more help than I was supposed to. And then once I was in the process of like everything for once I was in the process of doing everything for the club, even with the finance, just everyone just stopped communicating with me. So I did really try my very, very best.
Temple.
Are you aware of, do you know who your Senate representative is by chance?
I do not. Sorry.
Any other questions? If not, I'll take a motion. Temple?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. Anyone with debate? Temple?
So while I'm looking into who represents this KSES, I would suggest somewhere in the range of 20 to 25% of sanction. 25% being that, of course, we have held the precedent that we knock off 5% for them attending any of our meetings, be it caucus or general meetings. But otherwise, this does appear to be the majority of the RSO's fault, and therefore they ought to receive 25%. But there's also a part of me that's leaning towards 20% because they did say that they were supposed to get Senate some sort of assistance, and that assistance did not materialize. But I would encourage the committee to debate more on this matter in order to come to a more general consensus.
So, cool question to clarify. When you were referring to assistance, were you referring to assistance from your RSO, like from other leadership, or representation from Senate?
It was for my RSOs and also my the faculty advisor that represents us. But I was like emailing, texting, trying to meet up with everyone, but like again, no one like showed up. So it's like I did really try my very, very best.
Any other debate, Berrickman?
Can I just say that I don't think that they are represented by either Tyler or myself, and I believe that they are a Rosen RSO.
I just looked. I don't know if Temple did, but they don't currently have a representative at all within Senate. Any other debate? Temple?
With the consideration in mind that she had attempted to at least reach out to her faculty RSO representatives, I would be sympathetic to a 20% sanction, but there's still a part of me that wants to give 25%. Again, I would highly encourage greater debate from the committee before we can come to a general consensus.
So I'm just going to give context real quick because I totally blanked on the fact that you guys haven't seen this process before. So a 100% sanction like this one, statutes would recommend a 30% sanction. Statutes recommend a 30% sanction for anything between a 50 and 100% reversion. 20 to 50% would be 15. So statutorily, we would recommend 30% because they are present. Normally, we knock off 5%, and then Temple is discussing knocking it down further by 5% due to the representative trying to communicate more with her board and her advisor, but not getting that communication sort of thing. Butler, can you use your mic? I'm sorry.
Are you trying to say that she didn't use like all of her funds?
Yeah, the funds that we gave her through FAO funding, she didn't. None of it was used by the RSO.
Okay, thank you.
I believe this was for promotional items. Berrickman,
A question for the chair.
you may.
How many signatures are required in order to spend money?
So an RSO must have 2 authorized officers sign off from their RSO as well as their advisor.
Thank you.
Hussein, did you have something?
I would actually say the full 30% considering circumstances. Despite the fact that none of the fellow members were working in coordination with her, the fact that they already were aware that there would be consequences to not making use of the funding and still requesting it and then not using it is a concern, either of negligence of the RSO itself, in which case it should still receive the consequences thereof for doing so, and being lightening that because the president acted and the RSO itself did not, leaves the RSO less at fault when the RSO was the one that's at fault, not the president.
So I'm just going to give context real quick. The 25%, I had mentioned dropping it by 5% due to the RSO being present. We have a precedent of doing that, and I personally would not feel comfortable not sanctioning them at more than 25% because they are present. It's just that we have a precedent of doing that because a lot of RSOs don't show up at all, despite my attempts at communication. So that's generally our precedent. I'm going to take Temple and then I'll come back to you.
Yeah, I just wanted to further clarify that because this was a precedent that was set by one of the former members of this committee this very session before a good number of you had joined the committee proper. So we have generally stuck to that precedent quite well. So whatever the case, if an RSO, an individual does end up in the committee, they will have an immediate 5% reduction as soon as they walk into the door. What the remaining 25% is up to our consideration, given the information that they give to us and our own deliberations within ourselves.
Was there Sheila?
Yeah, then I would go ahead and say the 25%. I apologize.
You're perfectly fine. That's just because you haven't been present on the committee, which is totally understandable since you are newly confirmed. Castillo.
Move to sanction the RSO at 25% and remove them from fiscal probation.
There's been a motion to sanction the RSO at 25% and remove them from fiscal probation. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in voting procedures. All those in favor? All those against? All abstaining? With a vote count of 9-0 to 0, the RSO is sanctioned at 25% and removed from fiscal probation. Just so you know, I will explain that a little bit. more to you after the meeting, since we're going to be done basically in a couple minutes, like a minute. And I will also be sending you an email that explains what that means. Okay, Berkman,
The point of information, if I may.
is it something for the RSO?
Yes.
Could you just talk to them after the meeting's done, since we're going to be done in like a minute or two?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Temple?
Never mind, you need to make that motion. You need to move to some, you need to move
Yeah.
to miscellaneous.
That was, I thought you had something to say. Sorry. We have nothing else for old business, nothing for new business. We're now in member discussion. Does anyone have anything for member discussion? Seeing none, we are now in miscellaneous business. Anyone have anything for miscellaneous business? If not, I will take a motion. Ochoa. There's been a motion to adjourn pending final roll call. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in final roll call. Vice Chair Ochoa.
Same as initial.
I hereby adjourn this meeting at 8:33 p.m.
Alrighty, I reconvene at 8:45 p.m. Before we move forward, quorum check, Chair Uriah.
Trainer,
Here.
Triple,
Here.
Mole, Podier.
Here.
Sorry, okay. Podier, Moda,
Here.
Kira,
Here.
Nimbargi,
Here.
McClellan, Millington,
Present.
Temple,
Present.
Capozzi. Okay, Caldwell, Spalding,
Present.
Castillo,
Present.
Parmar,
Present.
Cantrell, Perry, Shilla, Butler.
Present.
Oh my gosh, you just told me and I forgot. But
Bateja, present.
okay. Simcoe, Wanjin,
Present.
Domino,
Present.
Foster, Becerra, Gale,
Present.
Yalamanchili, Heinzgill. Okay, Demarla, Patel,
Here.
Uchoa,
Here.
Harrell,
Present.
Borges, Barrickman,
Present.
Almanar,
Present.
Anderson, Castellan, Hall,
Here.
Holmes,
Present.
Platies,
Present.
Costas, Martin, Saucedo,
Present.
Tache,
Present.
Brenner. Okay. 30 out of 46 quorum is verified.
Alrighty, fiscal committee reports, CRT Chair, Chair Trouble.
Okay, so this week in old business allocations, we approved 54, 229, 241, 242, 243, 249, 254, 257, and 258 with vote counts of 4 to 0 to 0. In new business allocations, we approved 54, 260 with a vote count of 4 to 0 to 0, and 262 with a vote count of 4 to 0 to 0, and 263 with a vote count of 5 0 to 0, 264 with a vote count of 4 0 to 1, 265, 266, and 267 with vote counts of 4 to 0 to 0. And we postponed allocation 54, 261 by general consent, and we approved fiscal bill 5431 with a vote count of 5 to 0 to 0. This week in committee, we approved 15 allocations and 1 fiscal bill, and we postponed 1 allocation. As of this week, we've impacted nearly 800 students, and we've spent over $260,000. And a huge shout out to everyone who's helped me in this new position. You all know who you are. And please join. We're really cool. I swear. And I'll pass it over to the new vice chair, Annabelle Perry.
Hi, this week we started Perry's Pastries, so I brought in some cupcakes and they had really cute rings on them and they were really delicious. So yeah, come join CRT for free food.
Alrighty, are there any questions for Chair Trouble? Seeing none, FAO committee report, Chair Millington.
Hey guys, happy Thursday. So in committee allocations, we approved 5468, 5470, 5473, and 5474 with a vote count of 7 to 0 to 0. We postponed 5465 and 5472 by general consent. We PPI'd 5466 and 5467 by general consent. And we denied 5471 with a vote count of 0 to 7 to 0. And fiscal bills, we approved fiscal bill 5427 with a vote count of 7-0.
All right. Are there any questions for Chair Millington? Seeing none. ORS Committee report, Chair Wanjin.
Hey everyone, the past 2 weeks we haven't had a whole lot of business, just postponing 2 post-funding reviews and a VPF that we need more information on in order to be able to approve. Though we did get to see a post-funding review today, despite the RSO not being in the room initially and trying to give me a heart attack. I did send a win to me out for all the committee members to fill out. I sent it before Senate Exec, so if everyone in ORS could please fill that out, I'd really appreciate it. I think I have most of the responses at this point. I'm just waiting on one. And then I yield to my vice chair for Victor's Visuals.
For this week's Victor's Visuals, we had a picture of a former Senator Duque dressed as Santa. According to Senator Temple, the best Santa Senate's ever had. A picture of 49 rounds of Call of Duty Zombies. A picture of a very grinchy Grinch. We had a video of our vice chair playing her favorite sport, volleyball, where student government had the best team in the world. Saving the best for last, once again, AJ was involved with the car trunk late at night. This time it was a 2-minute video of him getting tossed around in the trunk.
Alrighty. Are there any questions for Chair Wanjin? Seeing none. Fiscal legislation, notice legislation on first reading, none. Notice legislation on third reading, none. Notice legislation on second reading, bills. Is there a motion for speech, questioning, and debate? Chair Temple.
Move for 5-minute speeches, 10-minute questioning, 10-minute debate.
There's a motion for 5-minute speeches, 10-minute questioning, 10-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Bills, Fiscal Bill 5427, funding for Formula students to build a vehicle for the Formula SAE Michigan and Brooklyn, Michigan on May 16th, 2023. Vice Chair Ochoa, is the RSO here?
The RSO's here, and I yield to them.
Awesome. Alrighty, so you're gonna just come up to the podium up here, and then as many as you want. Make sure it's on. Yeah. And y'all, do you have a presentation?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll wait till it's up on the projector, and then you'll have 5 minutes when you're ready.
And is this the clicker for it? Yeah, we got you.
Senator Berkman.
Just to clear up the bill a little bit, all of those amendments were passed in committee.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
All right. You ready?
Yep. How's it going, y'all? I am Sammy Hewitt, team captain for Formula Student Club here on UCF campus. I'm undergrad mechanical engineer in my senior year. Along with me, I have...
I'm Giovanni Kalika, the ergonomics lead mechanical engineer in my senior year.
I'm Ali Mosa. I'm an aerospace engineering major in my senior year, and I'm the suspension lead.
I'm Jared Garner. I'm in my senior year mechanical engineering, and I am the EV research lead.
And I'm Pedro Urbieri, a junior in aerospace engineer, and I'm the president of the club. So what is Formula Student? So basically Formula Student is an engineering RSO that its main goal is to design, manufacture, test, and race a small vehicle, Formula type vehicle, in a competition all the way up in Michigan International Speedway, in the International Speedway that is affiliated with SAE. So basically, it's an engineering competition where we universities from all around the nation and even international, like other countries, will also present their vehicles in it. Our number one priority as an organization is safety. The rules of the SAE provides to us are garnered around the safety of the vehicle, as well as the drivers of the vehicle, as well as everyone that builds the vehicle. Our second main priority, of course, is to represent UCF at this engineering competition and to perform the best to our ability. And then third goal of our RSO is professional development, to bring real world hands-on engineering experience to all of our members.
So specifically how we make it happen is we have a garage that we work out of here on campus right off of Lieber Drive, essentially where we do all of our convening, design, manufacturing, and testing of the vehicle. And we essentially take ideas that we piece together with everyone's brainstorming, we iterate them, and then we bring them to fruition with the help of our sponsors and supporters. And then obviously this stuff's got to get tested. The whole point of this RSO's kind of product is to be able to actually touch what we design. And we pride ourselves on being able to provide an opportunity to go beyond just the books.
And as our experience, this means like the experience that we give to UCF students that join our club. So basically in the events that we go to, there's a lot of networking to be done. We're SAE, the organization that we are under, has strong relations with companies like SpaceX, NASA, Blue Origin, Tesla, and all these companies get to talk to our members. And every day we get emails from these companies looking for members from our club so they can join and have internships with them. Also, during the event, when the final designs are being validated, engineering students get an actual feedback from their work, and they get a critique, which makes them improve their thought process when it comes to doing engineering work. So our value to UCF, first main thing that we really try to do is doing outreach events. So on the bottom left, you can see we did a STEM day. We participated in STEM day, showing off our car, as well as driving it around, explaining what our RSO does, and also explaining a little bit about engineering to lower level elementary school kids. We also have new member nights to just showcase RSO to others, just to students on campus, just to see the type of work that they can get into. We also do lots of volunteering. So recently we've also volunteered at the Lockheed Martin Orlando Air and Space Show. And we also volunteer at the Coke 400 as well as the Daytona 500. And of course, most importantly, we provide that hands-on experience to cultivate professional engineers.
So here's a generalized cost breakdown of our vehicle. We've divided our vehicle into subsystems, so it's a little bit easier to discern where the cost is going towards. So specifically, the total after accounting for aerodynamic components, chassis components, electrical, etc., comes out to, oh, this is old slide.
That's the old one, yeah, it's not the updated one after the company.
I believe we provided the updated slides after the amendment last committee meeting.
Brody?
I don't think I got it.
Yeah. So I can pull up the new slideshow after Leslie emails it to me, but we have the numbers on the bill. So if you all just want to, as senators, just check out the bill and read the numbers there.
Yeah, of course. So numbers are provided in the bill, and we have the values down here as well. The total after reassessment of what we can feasibly cover and what we have left to donate came out to $40,236.56. And we essentially gave kind of a more reasonable assessment of how we were going to cover our half, and that's what we try to present with here. This slide had old values, and since then we've increased our asking price to $40,000. So, if there's any. Well, of course, thanks, but if there's any prevailing questions, feel free to ask and we'll be willing to respond.
Alrighty, we're now in line for questions. All those with questions, please raise your hand. I'm going to go Chair Temple first.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good evening, gentlemen. Mr. Hewitt, nice to see you again. My question is going to be rather upfront. Are you guys aware of the post-funding procedures that you RSO must undertake, assuming you receive the funds from tonight's bill?
Yes, sir.
Senator Domino.
Wow, that's loud. How did you guys choose? Like, what was your selection process as far as like who's going and who's participating? Is the whole team in the picture going? Like, how was that process evaluated?
Yeah, of course. So generally, because the trip to Michigan can be quite expensive for the team, we generally let as many people who participate in as we can afford to bring to Michigan. So in past years, that's been somewhere between 20 and 30, somewhere most times.
I'm going to go Chair Almanar and then Senator Bergman.
Yeah, so my question is not really about like the fiscal stuff, but like obviously racing is a very like risky like hobby or sport, whatever, like you guys like have that like in your lives as. So my question is like, how are you guys ensuring like the safety of those participating in this event?
Yeah, so my job as ergonomically is to, of course, make sure ergonomics of the driver as well as just safety of the driver. So we have a 6-point racing harness, a fire suit, helmet, headrest. We have an impact attenuator on the front. The overall chassis is built for stiffness to protect the driver. Yeah, just everything that the rules lay out as well as how we design it is all around the safety of the person driving.
And I would like to add to that we follow strict regulations on how the car should be designed and developed. And also, before the car is being raced, it goes through like a rigorous tech inspection where if like a judge finds like a single thing that's wrong with the car will not run and nobody's life will be put at risk.
Okay, Senator Beckman, before you continue, just as a reminder to everybody to try to avoid small talk as much as you can. Worst case, use your notes app. Talk to the person if you need to. I know some people are just trying to help other people, but let's make sure that we keep it to a minimum. Senator Berkman and then Senator Kindrell.
When we met on Tuesday, I asked for some clarification on the body molds, chassis tubes, and the suspension quotes or parts. Were you able to obtain those more specific quotes?
Yeah, we were able to get them. We just like we haven't submitted the email yet, like with all the quotes and all the specifications like that were missing.
Senator Berkman, I'll let you follow up.
So for clarity, we're going to be voting on the total amount to be distributed to you here in the next few minutes. If you could get that information over to or provide information to like anyone here, that would be wonderful.
Senator Cottrell.
So I see here that it says that Formula Student has received a 5% funding sanction in the past. So what exactly happened in the past where you received that sanction, and how can you ensure that something like that won't happen again?
Yeah, so I can speak to that because I was heavily involved in the post-funding process from the last competition season. Essentially, the club had not been reaching out and clarifying to our sponsors and our contributors that we do in fact need VPS, so verification purchase form, as invoices, receipts, etc. So what ended up happening was that when we went to submit our half of the spending, a lot of our spending wasn't validated with VPS, and therefore it was initially rejected. And so we went on a campaign to try and rally together VPS for each provider. And what ended up happening was some of them weren't able to provide the invoices that were necessary to prove our half of the funding. And therefore we came up short of our 95%. And that was something that was, yes, reviewed with Ethan.
Alrighty, I'm going to go Chair Holmes and then Chair Millington, do you have a clarification or is it just a question? Is it a question? No. Okay, Chair Millington, and then I'll go Chair Holmes.
I guess like a point of information, or for whoever accepts the amendments from the 29th can also be accepted. We saw that was the second week that we saw them. The other half that was accepted was from the 22nd. That was the week before. So we saw like both sets of committee.
Okay, Chair Holmes.
Hi, thanks for coming. I had a quick question regarding your contribution. So, usually when it comes to fiscal bills, Senate provides half of that. Could you go maybe give us a little explanation as to why there's a little bit more that you're contributing, and how, in what ways did you receive, I guess, your type of funding to contribute to your contribution?
So for the previous fiscal bill or for what we plan for the current fiscal bill?
For the current one, it says your contribution is 21,000.
Before you answer, Chair Temple. Yeah.
Yeah, point of clarification. ORS had sanctioned this RSO at 5% over the summer, and this is the reason why their line is a bit more so than the Senate contribution.
Okay. We're still in line for questions. Vice Chair Nabarji.
Can you explain to the Senate body how you came up with the new price for what you want Senate's contribution to be? Because I know it increased by a couple thousand.
Yes. So specifically, what happened was after last post-funding process went through, I reevaluated and wanted to make sure that our estimates were conservative. So our initial budget submission was on the low side. Specifically, the difference between this fiscal bill and the last one was that one of our major contributors, Merit Precision, wasn't able to provide a VPF for last fiscal bill. However, they've been able to work with us preemptively for this year. So that currently we have verification on roughly $7,600 from them, and that price will likely go up to around 11 to 12,000 after latest manufacturing comes through and we pick up new parts. Essentially, they're providing product for free, and they're providing the equivalent value of said product. So that's normally how our club sustains a lot of our half in correlation with a lot of volunteering events where the entire team contributes. So partnerships with Daytona, as well as with the Sanford Air Show and a few other minuscule items. But there's also with sponsors discounts that contribute. So essentially what we did was we reviewed the actual sponsor contribution from last bill. We determined who we still have partnership with, what their plans are for the rest of the semester, and we came up with a more accurate value of what we could feasibly cover for this bill, and it kind of matches what we were able to cover for last year. So that's how we kind of validated the value.
Alrighty, we're still in line for questions. Are there any other senators with questions? Senator Spalding.
Move to go to debate.
There's a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Do you object or do you withdraw? Senator Berkman.
Just one more question for the RSO, if I may.
Go for it.
Before we go to debate here, are these numbers going to meaningfully change based on the quotes that you're looking for right now?
Yes. Specifically for SKF, their partnership with FSAE teams nationally is that they cover up to a certain amount entirely on their half. So that contributes a lot to suspension specifically. So for example, what we're emailing you, correct? What we're emailing you, correct? Or just from the last?
No, we were emailing Ryan. I think either Ryan or, yeah.
Pardon, do you mind if you restate the question?
Yes. So there is a total of $40,236.56 up on the board and in this bill right now. Are the numbers going to meaningfully change in a way that we need to adjust this prior to our debate?
No.
Thank you.
Chair Taché.
May I retain?
You may.
I wanted to ask a fun question because I feel like you guys got grilled a lot harder than most people did. What's your favorite F1 Grand Prix location?
I've got a Coda hat, just preemptively.
Small is pretty exciting.
Okay.
Move to debate.
So the motion go to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Chair Temple.
Right. Right. So yes, Mr. Hewitt and I have actually worked over the summer, and I can safely assure you all that they will be very, very, very what's the word? Attentive when it comes to the post-funding procedures. So I trust them with full faith and confidence that they are going to get this. And when they use these funds, they're going to use them well, and they're going to use them properly. Not the least bit because they will be like totally killing it over in Michigan once we see that car built. Good luck to you all, and I would highly suggest to all you support this bill because I will be voting in favor of this.
Senator Palmer.
Yes, so I was in the FAO committee when this bill was passed, and I personally know Pedro from the RSO and for some time, and I have seen that he's a hardworking guy, and I'm sure the RSO will be making UCF proud. So I recommend that the UCF Senate body really approve this bill. Thank you.
Senator Berkman.
I too am fully in support of this bill. I would just like to clarify that my questions are just to make sure that they have enough money and don't need any additional help. So thanks.
Alrighty, we've had 3 speeches in affirmation. Anyone in negation? Senator Parmar.
Move to vote.
There's a motion to vote on Fiscal Bill 5427. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With a vote count of 29 to 0, Fiscal Bill 5427 passes favorably on second reading. Vice Chair Spalding.
Just a point of not for you guys, so you guys are good. For you, is there a reason why we're not seeing what's an unfinished business and moving to fiscal? Just because I know that unfinished business has been there for like 2 weeks, so I was just curious.
The primary reason is because the RSOs are here, so we want to get through that as quick as we can and then go into everything else. Pro Tem Foster.
Motion to see Fiscal Bill 5428 and 5429 as a block.
There's a motion to see Fiscal Bill 5428 and Fiscal Bill 5429 as a block. Are there any objections?
I object, but only because there's an RSO that's present here and the RSO that's for these 2 bills are not here. So I would just motion to see that.
I've been told Shabbat is here.
Oh, Shabbat is here. Oh, word. Okay, yes, sorry. I withdraw my objection.
Alrighty. Is there any objection to seeing them as a block? Seeing none, Fiscal Bill 5428 and 5429. Just to read them out, funding for Shabbat Jewish Student Group to host the Mega Shabbat in the Pegasus Ballroom on February 24th, 2023, and funding for the Shabbat Jewish Student Group to host the Passover Seders at Shabbat House on April 5th, 2023. Chair Gill or Senator Gill is the RSO present.
The RSO is present. I yield to the RSO.
And you will have 5 minutes whenever you're ready. We'll just wait till. Do you have a presentation? Okay, yeah, you're good.
Hi, is this on? Hi, my name is Hannah. I'm the president of Chabad. I don't know. Hello. Okay, sorry. This is my first time here. So, the president, my name is Hannah. And basically, Chabad has been around since 2007 here. Our mission is to basically, our doors are open to all students, faculty of the UCF campus, students of all backgrounds, and degrees of observance are more than welcome. Obviously, we're a non-judgmental environment, and we focus on the traditional Jewish values. I do this. Sorry, not very experienced with this. So yeah, we have for Mega Shabbat, we have about 500 students. We had 600 this past year. And basically for the entire, we table for about a month before, and we just invite new people that may not know about us. And we have 10 table recruiters. So each of them invite at least 10 people, and more is never not encouraged. So that's the cost breakdown, and that's our pictures from the past year. It's 14,000 for the kosher cultural food. The rabbi's honorarium is 4,000. The promotion is 300, and the program guide is 400. And we also do our own fundraising methods. We're actually about to have one on Monday and Tuesday. It's a 40-hour, donation kind of thing. And the setup is all online. The event starts at 6, dinner is served at 7, and then I will be talking at it, and then my rabbi will be talking at it, and then also our faculty member. Oh, I think there's a separate one for the Passover. Is there? Thank you. Okay, so this is going to be in April. This is our Passover Seders on April 5th and the 6th, I think. And so it's kind of the same deal as Mega Shabbat, except it's for a Jewish holiday instead of something that happens every week for us, except for the Mega Shabbat was on a much bigger scale. And then, we table, we have flyers and the same table captains. We promote on social media. And the cost breakdown is for the kosher cultural food, it's $12,600. The rabbi's honorarium is $5,000. The setup cost is $2,500. Matzah is $1,922.78, and then the promotion is $250. So again, the setup is online, and the event begins at 6. Dinner begins at 7. I will speak again. My rabbi will speak, and
Alrighty, we're now in line for questions. All those with questions. I'm gonna go trainer.
Two, if I may.
You may.
All right. First question: where do you source your food for the events?
so the rabbi's wife kind of takes care of all that. It's locally sourced. Either we ship it in, or because it's kind of hard to get kosher food in Orlando. But we do have a caterer that we always deal with for both events.
Cool. And then my second question is more of a fun question. What is one food that you are looking forward to eating at that event?
Well, for Mega Shabbat, I just love challah, like the braided bread. It's just, you just dip it in some hummus and it's delicious. Thank you for that.
I'm gonna go center control and then Vice Chairman Birdie.
So 2 questions, if I may. So since a lot of this funding is pertaining to food, or I'll start off with, how many people do you have RSVP'd at this time to attend?
For Mega Shabbat and Passover?
Each individually.
Each individually. So we don't really do registration so early. It's kind of later on, and especially for Mega Shabbats, it's in February. So we're starting the table at the beginning of the spring semester. So guaranteed it's going to be at least 500, because that's just how it's been for the past. We've been doing this since 2007. So it's very normal for that.
Okay. So second question is not necessary then.
Vice Chairman Birdie.
I have a question for you. So so both of these speeches were seen together. It was the Mega Shabbat and the Passover speech. So is questioning for both fiscal bills right now, and then debate is for both fiscal bills, and then voting is for both fiscal bills?
Yeah, so the chamber agreed to see it as a block, which means we're seeing both bills together. So you can question anything about either and debate about either, and then, but how you vote is going to be voting for both, and it'll be reflected in the voting record.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Are there any other questions for the ARSO? Senator Berkman?
So is Chabad at UCF an entity that is separate from UCF itself?
Like, as in, is it on campus? I don't really understand what you mean.
were, I guess I would like some additional clarity on the payments to the rabbi honorarium.
Chair Temple, if you want to clarify.
Yes, this regards a. We've been trying to get Chabad into ORS for some time regarding a honorarium to one of your rabbis for a verification of purchases form for. I can't remember the bill for the life of me, but I'd be more than happy to talk with you after. Senator Barrickman and I will be more than happy to talk with you about this after your bills are seen.
Are you asking if Shabbat is an RSO on campus?
I'm asking if Chabad is like students and staff, like faculty of UCF.
I mean, we are an RSO. The entire board and I are students, and we do have a faculty member.
Does that answer the question?
We just have a policy against paying UCF faculty and students with the Senate Working Fund, and I would just like to clearly ask if UCF faculty or students are being paid.
Oh, I was not hearing that at all before. Sorry.
Okay.
I'm not being paid for this at all. My entire executive board is not being paid for this at all. This is just out of us wanting to be welcoming to students and take that leadership. Yeah, no faculty is paid. We're not paid. Yeah, no.
Okay. Brody, if you want to also clarify.
If it helps for context, yeah, the rabbi is not a faculty of the university. Think of it as any other speaker that you would bring in. They're paying to have someone come in and speak. So yes, this particular rabbi has been paid several times. It is fine within our policy.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Becerra.
President voting.
So note at 9:21 p.m. Are there any other questions for the RSO? Senator Control.
So with it being so far in advance, how can you be so sure that the amount that would be used for the food is going to be what it needs to be, and you're going to spend as much as or spend the amount that you need in order to not be sanctioned since it's so far in advance?
So we go based off of the past years, and then also our weekly Shabbats or Sabbaths are always over 100 students, and that's just in a house. So since we have the Pegasus Ballroom, it's always like we always have all the tables completely taken up, and our tabling efforts and everything, I can guarantee it.
Chair Holmes.
A question for Brody.
Go for it.
So you were saying like how the rabbis paid, I guess. Like, so does that count? It's just a curiosity question. Do they count as like a speaker, I guess, paying for a speaker?
So as far as student government's policies, like we don't necessarily have any policies around speakers necessarily, just within FAO. When I have been asked to look at how much funding we have given to speakers, just as people have asked that question in the past, yes, we have included this as effectively a speaker coming to speak similarly to any other speaker that we fund. Yeah, there's no like specific delineation because we don't have that anywhere in our policies, but yes, that's kind of how, as administration, we kind of consider it.
Vice Chair Earl.
I know you said you've been doing this for years, so I'm sure you guys got this down packed. I was just curious on the process of getting the kosher food, I think you said imported from what is it called? Caterer. How is that process? I know sometimes the student union is a little more difficult with because they have so much sponsorships on what they're allowed in. Like, do you guys ever run into issues with that, or?
So I think that we would be able to have the exception that it's like a dietary restriction. You know what I mean? Like kosher, any sort of dietary restriction. We've never had issues with it because it's literally just in the trunk of the rabbi's wife's car, and we just bring it all into the Pegasus Ballroom. It's never been an issue. I completely oversaw the entire Mega Shabbat last year.
Alrighty. Any other questions for the RSO? Center Control?
Motion to move to debate.
There's a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Chair Taché.
Yeah, so obviously I'm super in favor of this, as we are with most fiscal bills, but I just wanted to share a little bit of the importance of it, especially regarding the Passover Seder. I've personally never been because I normally host a Seder with a different RSO I'm a part of, but the Jewish holidays can be a really isolating time when you're a student not in New York or South Florida. If you're from one of those places, it feels really isolating to be Jewish here. And so having those community moments are really important. And if you are from places like the South or the West Coast or whatever, where there aren't necessarily as many Jews, coming to Orlando is like, oh my God, there's so many Jews here. What an exciting experience for me. So like, no matter where you're from, events like this in a place like Orlando, that's kind of that middling ground, are super important and helpful. And I also think it's like one of the coolest things I'll ever get to vote for, that we're going to be allocating like $980 to matzah. That's hilarious and just like objectively silly. So I love this. Let's vote for it.
Senator Berkman.
I too would like to speak in favor of these bills. I think that any opportunity to, in combination, make UCF a little bit smaller and also make it a little bit larger is a very valid and welcomed opportunity.
Chair Tupple.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I retain?
You may.
So I'm going to be voting in favor of this bill as well, as had the previous speakers, because the Jewish faith and the Jewish culture is a very, very rich, very, very rich in its history. And it's already kind of making me a bit excited to just go completely off the walls about it, but that's beside the point. Seeing these bills on the floor and seeing that they are preparing for another celebration of these holidays just makes me so excited to see them not only like embrace their faith, but they also wish to like share this faith and this culture with other students. And I love that with the bottom of my heart, because just seeing students get in touch with their culture and get in touch with their history is just beautiful. And it's something that we all need to do moving forward if we're to truly understand who we are. Now something completely different. Move to vote on fiscal bills 54, 28, and 29.
So before I see that motion, just briefly, in the spirit of what you debated, that the correct pronunciation is Chabad?
Yeah, just like my name, Chana.
Okay.
You could say the, but it's not necessary. You could just say Chabad. That's why I didn't answer when you went like, it's okay. We appreciate your loving support since 2007. So thank you very much to the Senate.
Alrighty. So for everyone's clarification, Chair Tupple.
Move to vote on fiscal bills 54, 28, and 29.
There's a motion to vote on fiscal bill 54, 28, and 29. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. With a vote count of 29 to 0, the block of bills passes favorably on second reading. Before we continue, Vice Chair Becerra, did I present you in? Okay, I did. Y'all time. Alrighty. Fiscal Bill 5431, funding for 10 members of the University of Central Florida Student Chapter of the American Chemical Society to travel to the ACS Spring 2023 Crossroads of Chemistry in Indianapolis, Indiana from March 25th, 2023 to March 31st, 2023. I see Vice Chair Castellan is not here, but is the RSO present? All right. Welcome. And y'all have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Push this. Okay, can you hear me now? Okay. So hi everyone, how's everyone doing? Good? So this is my first time presenting the Senate. So thank you so much for us today. My name is Fiona Lucia and I'm the Vice President of ACS.
And I'm Natalie Hunyu. I'm the president of ACS.
So today we came to ask for funding for our tour, like our trip to the National ACS Conference, which is going to be from March 26th to March 30th in Indianapolis, Indiana this year. And also I wanted also to mention that our branch at UCF, the UCF ACS branch, got recognized from the National ACS, from our academic advisor, the Dean of College of Science, and also the Director of the Chemistry Department as the one of the top 10% most active branches in like internationally, for which we are very proud, and we are going to collect the award on Saturday. Oh, you give it here? Okay. So about the conference, here our members are going to have the opportunity to present their research, to share. We are going to have the opportunity to share our activities and our experience with other branches in other universities, and also we are going to learn more about different research opportunities and grad schools in the nation. And also our members are going to have the opportunity to attend different career fairs, professional development courses, chemical education courses, novel research in chemistry field, and also to network with different experts in the chemistry field, which is going to be very beneficial for our members. And also here are some of the ways we've got funding this year. Every semester, we sell lab coats and safety glasses and goggles to different labs here on campus. And we also collect member dues, from which we totaled $11,379 this year.
All right, so we take our top 10 members to come to conference every year. As far as where we'll be staying at the Crown Plaza, Indianapolis. We'll be having 3 rooms for 6 nights. The total for that would be $5,063.94. We have some quote documentation there. And then the room per stay varies each night. As far as flights go, we'll be flying with Southwest Airlines. The base cost per trip per round trip is $598 for a total of $6,720.50. The documentation is there as well. So the total with hotel, flight, and registration would be $12,774.43. We will be paying for half of it, and we are requesting the Senate for $6,387.21. That's it. Thank you.
Alrighty, we're now in line for questions. All those with questions, please raise your hands. Senator Palmer.
Question for CR teacher.
You may.
So there's a change, like based on the presentation and the fiscal bill, there's a change in the values. So could you, like, do you have any knowledge about that?
I know. I just noticed that too. I think the only difference between that and this is the travel. So I don't know if there was an updated travel quote that they had given to Ryan whenever he wrote this. I don't know.
Vice Chair Hurl.
Yeah.
Point of information, we upped it for wiggle room. Yeah.
Alrighty. Are there any other questions for the RSO? Senator Palmer?
Move to debate.
There's a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. All those wishing to debate, please raise your hand. Vice Chair Becerra.
I'll be voting in favor because chemistry is important and it's one of the foundational sciences. So, and I know the American Chemical Society, I bought lab coats from y'all for my chemistry 2 class. So I'm going to be voting in favor. Definitely important to get the research out as well. So.
Still in debate. I'm going to go Senator Geld and Senator Palmer.
Yeah, I think this is an awesome opportunity for the American Chemical Society. I know Florian well, and I know that this club has benefited him. And I've seen some of the good work this organization has done and will continue to do by being able to network. And I urge the rest of you to vote in favor. May I retain?
I'm going to let Senator Palmer is good. You may
Oh,
retain.
okay. Yeah, move to vote.
There's a motion to vote on Fiscal Bill 5431. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With a vote count of 28 to 0, Fiscal Bill 5431 passes favorably on second reading. All right, resolutions none, special acts none.
Well, I just wanted to say thank you so much, everyone, for voting for us today.
Pro Tem Foster, motion.
Move to the reapproval of the agenda.
There's been a motion to return to the reapproval of the agenda. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Pro Tem Foster.
Move to place Fiscal Bill 5428 and Fiscal Bill 5429 on notice of legislation on third reading.
Yeah.
And Fiscal Bill 5427 and Fiscal Bill 5431.
Alrighty, there's a motion to put Fiscal Bill 5427, 28, 29, and 31 on notice of legislation on third reading. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Pro Tem Foster.
Move to reapprove the agenda.
There's been a motion to reapprove the agenda. Are there any objections? Seeing none, is there a motion to return to notice of legislation on third reading for fiscal legislation? Alrighty. For Senator Gill.
I was going to move to see all of these bills as a block.
There's a motion to see Fiscal 54, 27, 28, 29, and 31 as a block. Are there any objections? Seeing none, notice legislation on third reading, bills. Is there a motion for speech, questioning, and debate? Senator Palmer.
Motion for 1 minute speeches, 1 minute questioning, 1 minute debate.
There's been a motion for 1 minute speeches, 1 minute questioning, 1 minute debate. Are there any objections? Do withdrawal? Chair Holmes.
Motion for 3 minute speeches, 5 minute question, and 5 minute debate.
There's been a motion for 3 minute speeches, 5 minute questioning, 5 minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, I guess now that we're there, who wants to speak? I think given the amount of legislation, if Chair or Senator Gill, if you'd like to speak on behalf of them.
Yeah, so I'll just be speaking on behalf of all of the fiscal bills we saw today. The first one being for the Formula One students, SAE, and then the next two being for Chabad. I think I'm saying that correctly. Please, anyone correct me if I'm wrong. Thank you, Tasha. And then the last one being for American Chemical Society. We've all gone through them. The numbers looked good. We passed them all. So I'll yield the rest of my time to questioning.
Alrighty, we're now in line for questions. Anybody with a question? Chair Taché.
Move to debate.
There's a motion to go to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Pro Tem Foster.
So we need to see Fiscal Bill 54, 28, 29 tonight, or they won't get funding. And we thought it'd be a lot quicker to just see them all as a block since we already saw them. There's a lot of legislation that we need to get to. So I'll be voting in favor of all the fiscal bills as the block.
Chair Taché.
Move to vote.
There's a motion to vote on the block of bills. Any objections? Seeing none, we're there. With a vote count of 25 to 0-1, the block of bills passed favorably on third reading. Chair Taché.
This thing doesn't hold any power, right? Because it did say Fiscal Bill 30, which is not a thing that's on here. And I just want to make sure that doesn't mean anything.
I made the polls before I realized that 30 was postponed, so I'm sorry. I was hoping none of you would know.
I didn't want to call you out, but I was just like, in case it matters.
But no, we will make sure that on the voting record it is correct, so no worries.
Y'all, we got to keep Brody on his toes all night long. Alrighty. Internal committee caucus time, none. Internal committee reports, ENA committee, Chair Almoner.
Good evening, everyone. This is my first committee report as the new chair for ENA. In this last meeting, someone's anonymous thing is in the way. We saw 5 Senate confirmations and passed 4. 1 was postponed and will be seen when we get back in January. Hunter Oldensky was the one postponed. L. Campbell, we passed 3-0 to 2. Madeline McNutt, we passed 3-0 to 2. Grant Donovan, we passed 4-0 to 1. Then Rihanna Duke, we passed 4-0 to 1. We also had the supervisor of elections come to our committee to give us a rundown of everything the election commission has been working on this semester. We discussed internal bill 5425. As I stated in the message in the Senate-wide chat on GroupMe, we have an open vice chair position that needs to be filled. If any new senators want to take on a leadership role, just let me know. Vice chair elections will be also that first week when we get back from break. Last thing I have in this report is in spring semester, we start with the student government elections. If you want to be involved and work closely with the EC on tabling and other sort of things that they're going to be doing, please join ENA.
Alrighty. Are there any questions for Chair Almanar? Senator Berkman.
May I ask why there were so many abstentions in the confirmations?
I cannot speak on the way people abstained.
I'm going to allow Pro Tem Foster to.
I voted because I have a conflict of interest. I know one of them. And then I think somebody else also knew one of the other nominees, so they just felt it was best to abstain.
Alrighty. Senator Gill.
Yeah, I would say as acting chair, I typically abstain. Sometimes if I just want to make sure that there is no biases putting into this thing. So I know I abstained on every single confirmation. So that would explain why some of the abstentions were the way they were.
Alrighty. Are there any other questions for Chair Almanar? Seeing none, GAP committee, Chair Temple is not here. Vice Chair Almanar, if you'd like to read for him.
I'm not doing the accent. Okay. Good day, or perhaps good evening, Senate. First and foremost, it's a birthday. I believe he's referring to Berkman. Happy birthday, Berkman. Everyone clap. Okay. GAP had a quick meeting to adopt and pass resolution 5425, which passed 9-0 to 2. In current events, the Respect for Marriage Act passed the Senate, which would protect same-sex marriage and interracial marriages. Also, good luck to everyone on their finals. I would also want to thank committee for the hard work this semester. It was a pleasure to work alongside you all, and I cannot wait to meet again in the spring. I will send when to meets for the spring semester pleasure earlier today, so everyone can fill it out ASAP. That'll be awesome. Finally, the World Cup. Hope you guys are enjoying the tournament. Go Team USA.
Alrighty. Any questions for the GAP committee? Seeing none, LJR committee report, Chair Urian.
Hey, Senate. So this week we approved 2 absence requests, one for a dean meeting, one for a whole meeting, and then we adopted Resolution 5424 and passed it favorably. Also, please do the one to me. I think I'm only waiting on like one person now, so please get that done. And yeah.
Alrighty. Are there any questions for Chair Urian? Seeing none, SBA committee report, Chair Trainer.
Good evening, everybody. Today in committee, we passed resolution 54, 22, and 23, 6-0 to 0. Wanted to congratulate and thank JC and Sierra for speaking at committee today. You guys did a fantastic job presenting that. We also looked over 2 other concerns in committee, one particular about food quality services on campus. On another note, we also received a concern about a student having their car broken into multiple times. And the police department wasn't really able to do anything about it because we don't have cameras in our parking lot. So if anyone is interested in helping me out in creating a resolution or getting in contact with Transportation and Police Department, that'd be super helpful. Just let me know. And on that note, have a safe and wonderful holiday season. Don't get your car broken into.
Alrighty. Any questions for Chair Trainer? Chair Taché.
This is more of a question for the body because I know Chair Trainer hasn't been here that long. I swear to God, someone was writing something about cameras or something in part. Was that you? Have you guys talked about it?
So I've been working with quite a few people, one of them being Simcoe, about the parking garages because there's so much that we want to do that if we wrote legislation, there'd be like 10 different pieces on like the same topic, and even like Pro Temp Foster. So it's all being worked on. So
Pro Temp Foster.
So I wrote a piece of legislation about a month and a half ago about increasing parking pedestrian safety and putting cameras in the garages, but is currently staying in unfinished business. So.
Alrighty. Are there any other questions for Chair Trainer? Seeing none, before we get to confirmations, I don't want to be a buzzkill at the end of the meeting, so I'm just going to do this now. Noticing a pattern of people coming in, saying they're present, and then leaving for hours at a time. My expectation is if I have to be here from 7 to midnight, at least the courtesy of it would be to not leave for more than 30 minutes from the chamber. I understand life happens. I'm noticing it's a lot tonight. So basically the options are to censure people, which I have no intention of doing, or in the spring creating legislation to make sure that this does not continue to happen. But I have noticed it the last couple meetings, noticing it right now. And so I don't want to do this at like 11:59, so I'm just saying it now. Just be aware that's something that's on the horizon, and I intend to move forward with that because it's getting a little ridiculous, if you ask me, especially from leadership. That was a bummer. So we're going to move to more fun things. But before that, Chair Holmes.
May I direct a question to Chair Almanar?
You may.
I noticed you put L's pronouns in the confirmations. Do you mind putting them back? Because that helped me a lot. I was going to ask, but I didn't, want to make anyone.
I did not delete them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, really quickly, I deleted the suggestion just because I wasn't sure that the individual would be comfortable having them in a public document. But I appreciate referencing that, yes, the first confirmation does use they, them pronouns, but I didn't necessarily know that everyone would want that in a public document going forward.
Senator, go.
I was going to make a motion for speeches, questioning, and debate.
I'm going to let Chair Almanar go for that. That is your role.
Before I make the motion, if anyone wants to join ENA, do it, I guess, now or let me know, because I also need to do a when to meet. And for anyone who wants to join, I want to make sure you guys can meet with us. So 5-minute speeches, 7-minute questioning, 7-minute debate.
So motion for 5-minute speeches, 7-minute questioning, 7-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Chair Almanar.
So I have the ENA minutes attached and everyone's, if it's hyperlinked in their names, their confirmation materials. So we will now be seeing L. Campbell for the College of Engineering and Computer Sciences, seat 11. When Brody is done talking to us.
Alrighty. 5 minutes, whenever you're ready.
Is this working now? We all good? Okay, just wanted to make sure. So I purposely didn't really prepare any form of speech. Not necessarily that I didn't think I needed it, but more so it's a lot easier to prepare a whole bunch of words and kind of prep them and tailor to your audience than it is to just speak freely about why you're here. So hence why I have nothing prepared. So yeah, my name is L. Campbell, and I am a double major. I am both mechanical engineering and I'm also a history major. I am trying to get into Senate through the College of Engineering and Computer Sciences because that's what I originally started off with. As for why I want to join Senate, that's pretty simple. So I grew up in a family that disability rights very much matter to them. My mother and father co-own and operate a speech pathology business over in Citrus County. And through that, they've done a lot of work trying to better just accommodations in our local school districts, and also trying to work with local disability and special education law offices to try and just make things a little better. Florida disability law is not fun, to put it lightly. And through kind of that just family dynamic, I grew up learning by osmosis a lot of things about disability rights and how lacking they are in certain departments. And as for how that kind of continues here to me at college, about a year and a half ago, I came up with the idea of a disability commons, similar to the Pride Commons that we have over near 63 South, but by and for disabled people. Ever since then, having that being my main drive and my main goal, I have been trying to increase the amount of speaking power I have, or the amount of decision-making power I have, in order to push that through, along with other things along the way. One of the other things that I pushed recently to Dr. Meyer is the idea of a peer advocacy program, kind of collaborating with SAS. When you have some form of accommodations, or when you're trying to get accommodations here at UCF, it's a lot easier than it was back in high school or any form of grade school, but it is still a very rough process. And because you don't have that support system anymore, like you don't have that family to help guide you through the process, it is very easily to flop and just get denied accommodations outright, even if you have the diagnoses. So coming up with some form of peer advocacy program, basing off the teaching and learnings from my mother's conferences, where she had spoken on pairing and expert advocacy at different conferences throughout the nation for speech pathologists and also disability law conferences. It was just something that would better the lives of disabled people here on campus. And that's really been my main drive. I'm not here for any form of agenda. I'm just trying to make disabled people's lives here a little bit better than they already are.
Awesome. Alrighty, we're now in line for questions. All those are the questions, please raise your hand. Vice Chair Hurl.
Yeah, I'm very curious to know, kind of not related to Senate at all, but I think it's very interesting that you are majoring in computer science, correct? Or
mechanical engineering and history.
Okay, yes, vastly different fields. Can you explain like why?
So I initially started off as a mechanical engineering major because that's been my passion ever since I was a kid. She got yelled at a couple times as a kid for taking things apart without permission, and then putting back together just slightly worse than they were initially. So that's always been a passion of mine. I've wanted to find a way to integrate that into what I want to do with my life. As for history, that just kind of came naturally to me. I was one of the kids where I would sit with my dad whenever I got home from school, and we would watch documentaries on like the History Channel or the Smithsonian Channel. Later, not the History Channel because of like ancient aliens and everything. We always liked watching historical documentaries on different periods of time. And I'm doing history more so for my own betterment than any form of prospective career. But I still think it's very important for engineers to know history because it is very easy for any form of STEM major really to fall into the same pitfalls that have happened to previous scientists historically.
All right, we're still in line for questions. All those with questions. Vice Chair Hurl.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Chair Taché.
Yeah, I think Elle's a great candidate. Obviously, I've referenced a couple times now that I've been recruiting them to Senate so they could take over the Disability Caucus. I think they've done great work on there. So, they're very qualified through student government work. I think they'll crush that there. I really like the idea of someone going up there and not even telling us why they want to be in Senate, just telling us what they want to do and explaining that Senate is, the easiest path for that to get done. I really respect that. So I think your speech was great. And obviously coming into this, I was already a big fan of you joining Senate. So vote yes.
Aile Almanchil.
I agree with Chair Taché. Elle is a great person. I've talked to them before, and they are deeply, deeply caring for people with disabilities and queer people as well. I think they're a great voice to have in student government. And I can very much relate to not making history your career, but wanting to study it regardless. I personally haven't found the time to, make history a major. It's my minor, but I appreciate someone who wants to learn history for their own benefit, and to have one more person in the Senate that would appreciate my This Day in History facts. So I'm very much going to vote yes, and I encourage my fellow senators to vote yes as well. Thank you.
All right, Chair Temple.
Although regrettably I was not in the chamber during the candidate's confirmation, the very fact that they already enjoy history, they already have my vote sold on this, because I am a massive history nut. And if I'm allowed one quick question to the candidate.
Go for it.
What is your favorite part of it, like favorite era in history?
So I don't have any favorite overarching area. I tend to have some niches that I really enjoy. One of the ones that I tend to enjoy is the kind of just rapid advance of technology post-World War II, especially in Asian farming styles and techniques, and also with American technological advancement shifting from analog to digital technology.
Yes, just from that alone, safe to say, my vote's secure for this candidate. I highly encourage you all to vote for this candidate.
All right, Vice Chair.
Yeah, this individual is extremely knowledgeable. Just hearing them talk, I feel like I learned more than I learned in my history class in high school. I love the fact that they have a kind of unique look on things. Like, I don't think I've ever heard an engineer student talk about how it is important to know history, which I totally agree with. It's easy to repeat history if you don't know history, and engineers have a lot of power with what they build, and I think it's very important, and I think that is a very unique mindset, and I think they will fit in great in Senate, and I think they will benefit Senate very well.
Chair Taché, is that a motion? Yeah. So confirmation's got to be the chair. Senator Nabarji, was that debate? Okay.
Move to vote.
Is there anybody else wishing to debate? Seeing none, Chair Almoner.
Move to vote.
So I'm going to motion to vote on the confirmation of L. Campbell for the College of Engineering and Computer Science seat 11. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. Alrighty, with a vote count of 27-0 to 2, L. Campbell is confirmed to the College of Engineering and Computer Science C11. Alrighty, Chair Almoner.
We will now see Madeline McNutt, CHIP seat 1.
Alrighty, and you will have 5 minutes whenever you're ready. No, that's not.
Oh, there we go. Okay, cool. Hi, everybody. My name's Madeline McNutt. I'm a second-year student from Niceville, Florida. I'm studying health sciences and victim advocacy. Within my year and a half at UCF, I have served in a multitude of departments, such as first-year experience, the Burnett Honors College, and Housing Residence Life, working closely with a lot of facilities offered through UCF. I was previously involved in student government at Northwest Florida State College. During my high school years, I attended a local state college for my associates. It was significantly smaller, but it sparked my love for advocacy through student government. The ability to serve the student body and provide a platform for which students can direct their concerns is of utmost importance to me. Furthermore, the thing I admire most about student government is the ability to actually make things happen. Seeing genuine results emerge from like our group efforts and dedication to student government was incredibly rewarding at the time. As for initiatives that I'm coming in with, I am extremely passionate about environmentalism and recycling. Currently, I'm a resident assistant at Towers 3 on campus, so I have a firm understanding of the ins and outs of housing. One thing that I continue to see and continues to concern me is the lack of education that incoming students receive regarding how to properly recycle. Many of them genuinely want to do the right thing, but they have never been educated on how to properly do so. For example, many students are unaware that in Orange County, cardboard boxes need to be broken down to actually be properly recycled. So if they are not broken down, they just get tossed, and then they think they're doing the right thing, but they're never told that they're actually not properly recycling. I would love to work on implementing some form of signage within the living communities, or even a level of education to help incoming students learn about ways that they can best partake in recycling. Thank you so much. I yield my time.
Alrighty, we're now in line for questions. All those questions, I'm going to go Ali Almanchili, then Chirtemple.
2 questions, if I may.
You may.
All right. I see in your resume that you were the head delegate for the assistant head delegate for the Model United Nations, and I've done Model UN with you. What would you take from Model UN and things like speech and debate? What skills would you use in order to advocate for students in the Senate, considering that the rules of procedure in Model UN and Senate are kind of similar? Yeah.
Right. That was I was back assisting Eric last year. And I think obviously I learned tons of Parley Pro, how you facilitate time and delegating. I also saw you raising your placard earlier, so I think that's a great thing that I could implement. But yeah, I think there's just a lot of formalities that I've learned through Model UN and will definitely help me here.
And my second question is, as assistant head delegate, you had tasks such as acquiring funding from student government. So I'm sure you know how acquiring funding works. So would you be interested in any of the fiscal committees in student government, like CRT, FAO, or ORS?
Absolutely. Yeah, I've seen Kat struggle. She gets very nervous when coming in front of student government. And that's one thing that I really like to push is destigmatizing the fear that a lot of students feel around student government. It's a very, very scary thing, especially at this large college. When I was at a smaller college, students just came in, they sat down with us and we just talked. But here it feels scary, and that's okay to feel scary, but I want to help students know that this is a safe place to come and talk to us and get their ideas pushed. I would like to serve on FAO or things like that. I was thinking of starting more on LJR or something, but eventually once I get my grounding and understanding more, I would like to move to something like that.
2 questions, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Good evening, Mr. McNutt. So my first question would be, considering your extensive background in environmentalism and environmental justice, which I frankly love, by the way, do you intend to work with the executive branch's sustainability coordinator, Nicole Boyson, who shares just as equal a passion with you regarding environmental safety and justice?
Absolutely. I think that's the perfect avenue for me to take my time here.
And then this one's a bit of a fun one, and hopefully I don't get smacked around by the CHIP senators, but there's my former mentor taught me that there was a tradition for if we were to confirm new CHIP senators, they would try to equate themselves to some sort of different chip. So say, for example, one senator candidate would be a salt and vinegar chip or barbecue chip. So my question should probably be more evident. What kind of chip would you see yourself as?
I haven't wrote any notes about that, but let me think. I love a Dorito on a good day, so maybe a Dorito.
Alrighty. Chair Almoner.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Senator Gill. Oh, seeing none, we're now in debate. I'm going to go Senator Gill.
Yeah, so Ethan did steal my question, but it is okay. I think Madeline will be a great fit for the Senate body. Now, if she would have said Fritos, might have been different, but no, I'm just kidding. She'll be great, and she has a lot of desire to get involved and really destigmatize our Senate body, which I think is needed. So I encourage you all to vote in favor.
I'm going to go Chair Trainer and then Vice Chair Becerra.
Oh, Maddie McNutt. This summer has been pretty crazy. We worked upwards of 60 hours a week this whole summer. So I really got to know Maddie, and honestly, I couldn't think of a better candidate. She's exceptionally bright, extremely driven, especially considering that, we had to wake up at like 5 a.m. every morning. So she puts in the time. And while I do have to abstain because of our experience in orientation, I strongly encourage all of you to vote in favor.
Vice Chair Becerra.
I'm going to agree with Chair Gall and everything she said. Maybe not the Fritos thing, though, but jokes aside, yeah, I like the candidates' initiatives, and our numbers are going down, so we're going to need people here for reinforcement. So
I'm going to go Pro Temp Foster and then ILA Allenshire.
Yeah, I want to echo almost everything Chair Trainer said. Miss McNutt's awesome. We worked with her for 60 hours a week over the summer. She's really bright, really amazing. She's very well spoken. And I don't know if it was brought up earlier in her speech, but she's wanted to join student government for literally months. She asked every day how to get in the Senate, what we do, how to get involved. So this is something that's been on her plate for a while. So I'm definitely going to be voting in favor. And I encourage everybody else to as well.
Okay. ILA Allenshire.
Yeah, I echo the sentiments of all the other senators. I think Maddie's great. She's a wonderful person, and she's essentially been very passionate about the work she does, whether that is her desire to join student government or whether that was her work in Model UN. And my experiences have been great. And she's a very fun person to talk to and a fun person to be around. So I think she'd do a great job of making, if somebody who wants to access the resources of student government, if somebody finds it scary, I think Maddie would be very good at making them feel more comfortable and at home, and so that people in general trust student government more. And I think Maddie's great for the Senate, and she's an important voice to have. So I'll be voting in favor, and I encourage everyone else to do so as well. Thank you.
Alrighty. Is there any other senator wishing to debate? Seeing none, or Senator Domino?
It's not really a debate, kind of, but just can I ask her something?
Go for it.
What's your favorite Doritos?
Okay, I don't want to offend anyone, but I really don't like the Cool Ranch ones, but I like the original a lot. I'm sorry if you... Okay, now I'm getting votes for no. Okay.
I think you answered correctly, but with that, Chair Almoner.
Move to vote.
There's a bit of motion to vote on Madeline McNutt for the College of Health Professions and Sciences, seat 1. Is there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With a vote count of 27-0 to 2, Madeline McNutt is confirmed to the College of Health Professions and Sciences, C1. All right, Chair Almoner.
We will now be seeing, Grant Donovan for College of Business and Administration, I think, C4.
Alrighty, Grant, you'll have 5 minutes whenever you're ready. Alrighty, we're now in line for questions. All those are the questions. I'm going to go Chair Temple.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good evening, Mr. Donovan. My biggest question for you tonight, at the moment anyway, regards your potential class on corporate responsibility. How do you intend to work with the College of Business in order to get this class included into the curriculum? Do you have some sort of roadmap or plan? And if not, who do you intend to work with moving forward?
ILA Alamichili.
Yeah, so it's great to have you here, Grant. And you said that in your first year at UCF, you were in the Student Government Leadership Council, SGLC, and that you felt that you were unimpressed with the efforts of student government and that the status quo was entrenched and that people were too concerned about procedure. And as someone who helps run SGLC now, I feel similarly. I think that SGLC should be more oriented towards more meaningful student government work. And so would you have any ideas in order to improve SGLC for future years? And would you seek to improve it so that the experiences that you have had are not the case for future members of SGLC?
Chair Temple.
You see, I knew I had another question kicking around in my head, but this regards to your whole idea regarding educating students about economics and politics, if I'm as your general point of advocacy. So in Senate, we have the Government Affairs and Policy Committee, which, among other things, also intends to advocate and educate students on certain public policy issues. My question for you would be, how do you suppose you would want to go about educating students on something so complex and so large as the economy? And how would you try to do it in such a way that it would be comprehensive for all students to really not only engage in but understand?
And that starts with just, getting them aware of political action that's going on around them. That's why I do a lot of tabling on campus with the various organizations and candidates that I've worked with to, have those conversations with students that aren't going to be exposed to political action. All right, Chair Tushy.
Okay, this is a quick question, but Grant, we were talking the other day about how we couldn't figure out how we've crossed paths all of college, but couldn't remember where. Did you forget we were in SGLC together? Because I totally forgot.
SGLC.
My bad. I love you.
Alrighty. Chair Temple.
One more question kicking around, and may I retain?
You may.
So I'm quite curious, how long ago were you in SGLC? How many years back? Okay. Interesting. With that clarification, move to debate.
All right. There's been a motion to go to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, I'll also clarify I have crossed paths with Grant since fall of 2019, so it's been a long time, but we're now in debate. So Chair Temple.
I think you guys already know how I'm going to vote on this candidate, not the least bit because he's absolutely enthralled and just passionate about the idea of educating students and being so passionate in political advocacy. I already love that about you, and you're not even a senator yet. Hopefully you get to be a senator tonight, but you already have my vote squared away, and I would absolutely love to work with you on matters of economics and politics. As an economics major myself who wants to go into work for the US government, I would absolutely love to hear your ideas about how to educate students about the economy, because it is not only a very fascinating topic, but it's also an important yet Byzantine topic. So whenever you get the chance, please reach out to me. I would love to work with you moving forward.
Chair Moda.
Okay, there are already 3 econ majors. We need one more. We gotta outnumber the other majors. So I'm definitely gonna be voting in favor of this candidate.
I'm definitely going to be voting in favor of Grant because I like people who speak their truth without fear. And that is exactly what Grant has done today. And I really appreciate and love that because we don't see that a lot around here. We see a lot of people sometimes afraid to say what they want to say. And if student government has problems, we should address those problems. And if the student body has specific needs that they need taken care of, that is unconventional, I think that's all right that we should pursue such paths. And Grant recognizes that. And he's very passionate about helping the student body, and he's a fighter. And I really like that. So I'm going to be voting in favor of Grant. And I believe that my fellow senators should do so as well. Thank you.
Alrighty. Chairman Ellington, I saw your hand up.
Okay, I'll go. Yeah, I'm going to be speaking in favor because 1, I would love to fill the business seats in an unbiased way. 2, he had very specific initiatives to the College of Business, which I liked. And 3, he also mentioned that there's the chance for communication with the dean, which I think is really important. So yeah, I'll be voting in favor, and I urge everybody else to as well.
Great. I'm going to go Bear.
As someone that moved from the College of Business over to the Rosen College of Hospitality, because there is a greater focus on people, people matter, and I love that Grant is so is I love that Grant is so
Maybe just try the mic next. See if the mic next to you works. Does it? I don't know.
I love that Grant is so supportive and moving towards the direction of greater involvement with people on campus and with people in business and business decision making. Thank you.
All right. Are there any other senators wishing to debate? Seeing none. Chair Almanar.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Grant Donovan for the College of Business Administration seat 4. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With a vote count of 27-0 to 2, Grant Donovan is confirmed for the College of Business Administration seat 4. All right, Chair Almanar.
We'll now be seeing Rihanna Duke, College of Sciences, seat 9.
All righty, you'll have 5 minutes whenever you're ready. Alrighty, we're now in line for questions. All those with questions, please raise your hand. Chair Temple.
I'm trying to regain the question I just had that just suddenly slipped out. You can ask anybody else, please.
Ayala Yalamachili.
So one of the ideas that you had in your Senate goals and proposals was to create a queer studies minor. So would you be willing to, I know that Senate has dean meetings with the deans of the various colleges. Would you be willing to work with the deans of the College of Sciences in such meetings and let them know that this minor would be very good for the understanding and awareness for the LGBT community, so that it can come to fruition? Because I would very much like to see this go through, because it's a great idea.
Alrighty, Chair Temple and then Chair Drainer.
I not only remember my first question, may I ask two? Thank you. So good evening. I looked in your goals and proposals that you sought to implement a day off for voting in the university. As you probably all know, Senator Caldwell has a resolution on the floor right now about that. But that's not concerning it. It does concern the matter of voter education, which I think to be just as important, because above all else, a republic requires a population who is educated and aware of their political affairs. So my question to you would be, how do you intend to engage the student body, not just at an abstract level, but at a more tangible level? Like, what do you intend to do? Like, do you intend to host any events, issue some sort of tangible products to students in order to educate them on who their potential candidates are and what their positions ought to provide for them moving forward? And my second question, actually, I'm going to hold that for later, at a later time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair Drainer.
It's more of a point of information. Should I wait for debate or can I say it now? It's about the queer studies minor.
Go for it.
Oh, it was funny that you mentioned that because just recently with the College of Arts and Humanities, we were talking about introducing something like that. And a big concern that we had was that it would be crossing into different colleges. So having someone to fight for that in the College of Sciences would be really helpful. That's all I had to say.
Alrighty, we're still in line for questions. Are there any other senators with questions? Ayala Yalamachili.
All right. You said it was important for film and journalism students to be represented more in the College of Sciences. And I'm not exactly sure which college they fall under. Are they currently under the College of Sciences? And is it that student government ignored these majors in the past few years or something?
I was going to say, just to clarify, that they do fall under the College of Sciences, and originally Nicholson had their own seats, but they've been absorbed into the College of Sciences, like at an administrative level. That's not like a student government choice.
Oh, all right.
But if you wanted to add anything. And then Brody, just as a point of information, how many seats before did the Nicholson School have? I believe it was either 2 or 3.
They consistently had 4 seats.
Or 4.
Yeah, I don't know if you want more information about that, but they had 4 seats.
Yeah, so that's also why the College of Sciences is as big as it is. But moving along, are there any other questions for the nominee, Senator Parber?
Move to debate.
So a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Senator Palmer.
Yeah, so the candidate has a lot of initiatives. I personally like her confidence. She also has a track record of being in various leadership positions. So that's also giving more credibility to her competence. So I would recommend, I would be voting in favor of the candidate, and I would recommend the whole Senate body to be voting in favor as well. Thank you.
Senator Bergman.
So I think it's wonderful that not only are all of these initiatives being brought up by Ms. Duke here, but we already have them underway in large part in the Senate body. I think that shows a tremendous consistency between Ms. Duke's thoughts and actions and how the student body is seeking representation as a whole. So I am in tremendous support of this candidate.
Ile Yalamanchili.
So based on what I've seen, I really like Rihanna. She has a plan for what she wants to do once she's in Senate, and the creation of a queer studies minor is something that would make me incredibly, incredibly happy. A lot of universities have them. We don't, which is sad, but I think something can be done. And I think Rihanna can be great to help bring about such a minor. And it was also a very important thing to say that film and journalism students have not been represented in Senate. We don't see a lot of them around here. I know we have a lot of, we have some pre-med students, engineering students, pre-law students, students from different science majors, but we don't have film and journalism students. So I think that was something very important to point out, and that we should get more of these students involved in student government and involve Nicholson more as part of the College of Sciences in student government activities. So I think these are all great ideas, and Rihanna presents them with a passion, and I'm going to be voting yes, and I encourage my fellow senators to vote in favor as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will make this very brief. I will be supporting this candidate as well, not the least bit because of the number of very extensive initiatives that they intend to engage in. But I was most interested in the day off for voting initiative, which of course was already initiated by Senator Caldwell. But you do intend to increase more engagement with students, which has been a major goal of the GAP committee as a whole. So I would absolutely love to work with you, as I had said with Senator Donovan, regarding educating students on matters of public policy and political affairs, because every student needs to know that the government that serves them is doing good, even if it doesn't seem as such. And that also extends well down to student government as well. So I would absolutely love to work with you moving forward, should you be confirmed tonight.
Alrighty, are there any other senators wishing to debate? Seeing none, Chair Almanar.
Move to vote.
There's a motion to vote on the confirmation of Rihanna Duke for the College of Sciences, seat 9. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With a vote count of 28 to 0 to 1, Rihanna Duke is confirmed to the College of Sciences, seat 9. So with that, just for the new senators, that Pro Tem Foster and Chief Justice Kerr are going to take y'all to get confirmed and all that. So cool beans. Senator Berkman?
Move for 3-minute recess.
There's been a motion for a 3-minute recess. Are there any objections? Do you withdraw?
Sure.
Senator Parmar,
Question for Senator Bergman.
you may.
Why 3-minute recess right now?
Because we just got a bunch of stuff done and we're in the middle of other stuff, and I'd like to stretch my legs and go potty.
Alrighty. Senator Berkman, do you want to make the motion again?
Move for 3-minute recess.
Doing a motion for a 3-minute recess. Any objections? Seeing none. All righty. I reconvene this meeting at 10:44 p.m. Alrighty. So I'm going to kind of road map us here a little bit so we see with the time that we have left the things that need to be seen now, and then we can kind of go from there. The first thing I'm going to do is make sure that the first reading is seen, and then Internal Bill 5429 needs to be passed tonight. So we need to get to that one, that's Senate reapportionment. And then I am going to be seeing both the changing of the Women's Caucus name and the one about long-term visa holders, because both of those are time sensitive. So that'll be second and third. And then from there, we can go anywhere the chamber wants. These things need, yes, Chair Taché.
Can I ask what's time sensitive about changing the Women's Caucus's name?
We need to order the new name tags. So, and I'm not going to order name tags until we have an official change for it. So with that, internal legislation, notice legislation on first reading, constitutional amendments none, bills none, resolutions, resolution 5426 updates Senate Rule 2, changing the name of the Hispanic Latinx Caucus is remanded to LJR. Proclamations none, special acts none, notice legislation on third reading, constitutional amendments none, bills. Is there a motion for speech, questioning, and debate? Chair Temple.
I move for 3-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate.
There's a motion for 3-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate. Is there any objections? Seeing none. Internal Bill 5429, Senate seat reapportionment for spring 2023 SG Senate elections. Chair Gell, 3 minutes. Whenever you're ready.
Hi, everyone. This is just the bill for the election, so we know how many senatorial seats are there. This bill would have been changed if we had passed a bill earlier, but for every 1,000 students, there's one of us. And so this is just doing that based off of the institutional knowledge management site of UCF. And yeah, we need to pass this for the election cycle and for our 55th session, which is in March. Yay. I yield the rest of my time to questions.
Alrighty, we're now in line for questions. Chair Almanar.
Has anything changed?
Nope, nothing has changed. There are some colleges are losing seats, some are gaining. College of Med is losing one. Graduate Studies, I believe, is gaining one. So, yeah. Actually, nope, you're losing one. Sorry, you're losing one, and I'll yield to Brody.
So just for the changes in the seats, Daisy is correct. Graduate Studies loses a seat. Engineering actually is gaining a seat. Med loses a seat. Undergraduate Studies gains a seat, although they are gaining a seat back that they lost 2 years ago. And then there is one more loss that I am trying to remember. Med lost one. Oh, Rosen lost one. Excuse me. So yes, a net of 1 lost seat. But yeah, 3 losses, 2 gains.
Chair Temple.
Move to debate.
There's no motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. All those wishing to debate, please raise your hand. Senator Cantrell.
Motion to move to vote.
I'm going to let at least one debate go before we do that. Senator Palmer.
May I retain?
You may.
So this is a necessary step for next Senate body, and I believe that all of us should vote in favor. With that, move to vote.
There's a motion to vote on Internal Bill 5429. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With a vote count of 25 to 0, Internal Bill 5429 passes favorably on third reading. Alrighty. Before we move along, I'm going to call on all of the new senators so they can get presented in. I don't know what the term is. Senator McNutt.
Present and voting.
So noted at 10:48 p.m. Senator Duke.
Present.
So noted at 10:48 p.m. Senator Donovan.
Present.
So noted at 10:48 p.m. and Senator Campbell.
Present and voting.
So noted at 10:48 p.m. Congratulations, all of you. Alrighty, is there a motion to move to notice legislation on second reading? Constitutional amendments, none. Bills, none. Resolutions. Is there a motion to move to resolution 5424? Alrighty, is there a motion for speech, questioning, and debate? Chair Tupple.
Move for 5-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate.
There's a motion for 5-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, resolution 5424 updates Senate Rule 2, changing the name of the Women's Caucus. Chair Moda, 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay, I'm gonna pass it to Vice Chair Harrell because she's the one who wrote this. So I'm gonna give her all the credit.
I will not take all of that credit because Castillo led it. I just assisted in it. But so pretty much this just changes the name of Women's Caucus with an X to an E. It was initially utilized to kind of take men out of women, kind of to separate the two. But over time, there's been a lot of controversy explaining that it is actually very exclusive. It's not inclusive to trans women who are in fact women and non-binary. So this is something previous Chair Sabula started. Vice Chair Castillo kind of took it over. And yeah, I think that's it. If you have any questions.
Alrighty, we're now online for questions. All those with questions, please raise your hand. Chair Taché.
This isn't something I thought about when we were talking about this in LJR, but to anyone on the Women's Caucus, so the premise of, the term women with an X kind of in a problematic way lumps in a lot of non-binary people with women, but at the same time, that's great advocacy to be done, and I know we have an LGBT caucus. Is there still going to be a reminder and a focus to, aid all students on campus who are victims of, our misogynistic society, or are we now like shifting focuses with the name change?
No, it's gonna focus on everyone, what's going on. So yeah, we want to be inclusive as we possibly can.
Senator Kindrell.
Purely for my own knowledge, how exactly has it been the term women with an X been alienating trans women? Just
Truthfully, I cannot speak on that. I'm not someone who is affected by that. But from what I've heard, it kind of takes away the fact that they are in fact women, and kind of changing it to try to include them kind of takes away the fact that they are in fact women. If Taché would like to further explain, he seemed to, yeah.
Yeah, just really simply, I think it's that to change a term as a symbol of inclusion to people who should already be included by a term is otherizing. And so that's a lot of the discourse surrounding specifically trans women on that issue. And then as far as it concerns other groups of trans people, such as non-binary people, it kind of just in a way changes the spelling to be like, okay, like we're calling people who are assigned female at birth but are non-binary just like women with spice, and that's just not what they are. It's a different group of people, and so in both of those ways this term tends to alienate those groups.
ILA Elementary.
Point of information to what Vice Chair Harrell asked, spelling women with an X with the intention of including trans women does the exact opposite by implying that trans women are not women with an E, which I find transphobic, and that is why the word women with an X has been so controversial.
Brody.
I also want to make sure it's clear that the term women adding the X has been used in many places specifically by trans exclusionary radical feminists for the express purpose of not including trans women. So while it was done with very good intentions, it is it was incidentally the action that was done for the exact opposite purpose, not just kind of accidentally or without understanding, but actively transphobic.
And I'll just add as a final point of information, when the caucus was initially named, the intention was to be inclusive, because that was at a time when in academia it was thought to be inclusive. But obviously since then, as time has gone by, it's changed. And so just to clarify that there was not a weird anti-trans momentum within Senate at some point in time, because I do think it's important to clarify. But with that, we're still in line for questions. Vice Chair.
Not a question. I just wanted to elaborate on that. It wasn't originally made to necessarily exclude or include. It was made in 1970 to, this was like kind of the height of women empowerment movements. And it was kind of to separate men from women, to say we are different than men, but we are not that we are different, but we mean as much, and kind of separate from men, the word men, if that makes sense.
All right, we're still in line for questions. Vice Chair Spalding.
Move to go to debate.
There's a motion to go to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. Senator Gill.
Yeah, I am very much for this. This was a conversation the 53rd session had. So this has been an initiative that the Women's Caucus has been working on. So I'm really glad to see it come to fruition. I think it's important that as times continue and we become more aware of things, that we as a Senate body move at that pace as well, and stay up to date with our constituents. And so moreover, I think this is appropriate and needed. And I'm really proud of the Women's Caucus and the leadership for doing this and executing this. So I will be voting in favor, and I hope you all do as well.
Aile Elmacham.
So yeah, I'll be supporting this. Ever since I entered student government through SGLC and found out about all the caucuses, I thought that spelling Women's Caucus with an X was bizarre. It has transphobic origins, whether those are unintentional transphobic origins or active transphobia that is pushed forward by trans exclusionary radical feminists who which is an ideology that I do not support. And I think it is an alienating word that a lot of people in our student body don't know about. And so I think restoring the inclusivity by changing the X back to an E is very necessary. So I'll be supporting this. And I encourage my fellow senators to do the same.
Still in line for debate. Senator Berkman.
Move to vote.
There's a motion to vote on Resolution 5424. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With a vote count of 32 to 0, Resolution 5424 passes favorably on second reading. Alrighty. Is there a motion to move to Resolution 5425? Well, we're already there. I'm dumb. Okay. Resolution 5425, resolution urging that Florida's federal senators support the protection of children of long-term visa holders. Chair Temple, 5 minutes when you're ready.
I yield to the individual.
Hey everyone, before I start, I will say when I first was told to, speak to the UCF Senate, I was a bit nervous, but over the course of the entire time I've been here, I've seen how inclusive and positive the Senate's been. So it's, boosted my confidence about it. So yeah, I want to speak a bit about the resolution number 25. I don't know what exactly it is, but to talk about what exactly it addresses, I want to give a bit of personal context from my life story. So I'll briefly talk about that. So I moved to the United States in 2004 when I was 4 years old, alongside my parents. And when we moved here, I was under a visitor visa. I have lived continuously in the United States the entire time, and I've maintained a documented status. I've been here, I don't remember much from my original home. I barely speak the language, and I've always considered myself to be an American. However, due to other issues in the US immigration system, I haven't been able to find a permanent path to citizenship or permanent residency. When I turned 21, I actually aged out of out of the dependency status of my mom's work visa, and I was facing self-deportation. And so I had to go through a bunch of, legal hurdles and jump through a bunch of hoops to stay in the country. I'm currently on an F1 student visa. I have a full-time job offer for January. However, because of my immigration status, it's not guaranteed, because at any point, the immigration system could say, we decline it and you have to go back to your country. So to talk about the resolution itself, it's a letter that UCF supports. It's a letter saying that UCF supports two pieces of legislation currently in the U.S. Congress. One is America's Children Act, which was introduced in the House and Senate. I have the actual Senate and House numbers if y'all want, but and the second one is an amendment to the NDAA. It passed the House version and it's currently pending in the Senate, and it's slated to be voted probably this week or sometime in the next couple of weeks. So it's a very short-term bill. So the amendment itself in the NDAA would, in essence, regress me back to the dependent status that I was on, and it would end the age out process that I went through, where I lost my dependency status, which would effectively put me under my mom's visa again. And so that when she got her green card, I would get it too. As it stands right now, even if my mom gets her green card approved, I wouldn't be allowed to, I wouldn't get it because I'm no longer a dependent under my mother. There are multiple UCF students that are also undergoing this that would also would love to speak on this issue if they needed to. And it seems like the harder I look for documented dreamers at UCF, the more I find. There are currently 200,000 plus documented dreamers nationwide, and tens of thousands age out just like I did every year. And so I'm asking UCF to support a letter urging senators and lawmakers across the U.S. to, finally put an end to aging out and give us a clear pathway to living in the U.S.
We're now in line for questions. All those with questions, Senator Batheja.
Where are you originally from?
I'm from India.
Oh, okay.
Chair Tache.
Just in case this piece of legislation gets, sent back to the House or whatever, would you mind adding Representative Maxwell Frost's name to who this will be sent to, since that's our representative?
So is that something that...
Could you please clarify your question, please?
Yeah, I'm just saying, I know that sometimes stuff passes in the House and then they amend it in the Senate. So in case it goes back to the House, could we also send this to Representative Frost?
Would you be open to having him included now? So just in the event that he'll be able to get it regardless of whether or not it comes in? You're more than welcome to make the amendment, Sasha.
Senator Berkman.
So does this House resolution require the children of documented immigrants to obtain a college degree in order to qualify for this program?
I don't think so. It's mainly for the aging out process. So regardless if someone pursued a college degree or not, they would still maintain a dependency status. But that's the NDA amendment. That's already passed the House and it's currently pending in the Senate. The America's Children Act, which is a separate bill that was introduced in the House and Senate, which has bipartisan support, that would require a degree to be eligible. And that amendment basically, that bill basically gives us an expedited process to get green cards, while the NDA amendment doesn't create any new green cards at all. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Alrighty, we're still in line for questions. Any senators with any questions? Pro Tem Foster?
Move to debate.
There's a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Chair Taché?
Move to hear my amendments as a block.
Brody, do we need to see this just to add for us, like a whole amendment process? Okay. There's been a motion to see Chair Taché's amendments as a block. Are there any objections? Seeing none, is there a motion for speech, questioning, and debate? Chair Temple?
Move for 2-minute speeches, 2-minute questioning, 2-minute debate.
So a motion for 2-minute speeches, 2-minute questioning, 2-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Chair Taché, 2 minutes.
Yeah, I don't need 2 minutes. Maxwell is going to be our congressman. He's someone who supports this kind of stuff, so I think we should probably send it over there. Yeah.
Now in line for questions. All those with questions. Chair Urea?
Move to debate.
There's a motion to go to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Chair Almanar?
We should do it. Max is our representative elect. Move to vote.
So a motion to vote on the block of amendments. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With a vote count of 32 to 0, the block of amendments passed favorably. We are still in debate on the resolution. Vice Chair Spalding.
I'm in full support of this resolution. I think this is going to impact a lot of our students in a positive way, and I'm really happy that this is something that we're doing and advocating for. And so I'm going to vote in favor, and I encourage you all to do the same.
All right, still in debate. Chair Moda, did you want to debate?
It's just really weird, like, because I know that you were born in India and then you came here when you were so young. My brother was just like that. Unfortunately, like, he was not in this whole situation, but I kind of just see that and I sympathize with it, and I'm in full support of this.
Senator Berrican?
Our country was and is built on immigration. We are currently seeing a whole bunch of different struggles play out with legal and illegal immigration. We do need to continue to make efforts to fix these problems and integrate our people into our permanent residency and pathways to citizenship.
Senator Campbell?
Yes, I fully support this bill. There's no real reason not to. It's a very small amount of effort we have to put on our end as the Senate and also UCF as a whole, and can create a lot of positive impact through the letters of support that it gives out. I understand that we don't have a lot of power when it comes to state or federal government, but giving these letters of support, albeit a little bit of work on our end, can make a large impact on the road.
Chair Taché?
Move to vote.
There's a motion to vote on Resolution 5425. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With a vote count of 33 to 0, Resolution 5425 passes favorably on second reading. Chair Temple?
Move to return to the approval of the agenda.
There's a motion to return to the approval of the agenda. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Chair Temple?
Move to place Resolutions 5424 and Resolution 5425 in a notice of legislation on third reading.
There's a motion to put Resolution 5424 and 25 on notice of legislation on third reading. Are there any objections? Seeing none.
Move to reapprove the agenda.
There's a motion to reapprove the agenda. Are there any objections? Seeing none, is there a motion to return to notice of legislation on third reading?
So moved.
Alrighty. Bills, we did resolutions. Is there a motion to move to Resolution 5424? So we're there. Is there a motion for speech, questioning, and debate? Pro Tem Foster?
Move for 5-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate.
So motion for 5-minute speeches, 5-minute question, 5-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Resolution 5424, updates Senate Rule 2, changing the name of the Women's Caucus. Chair Moda, 5 minutes.
Okay, yeah. Just gonna keep it short and simple. We're just trying to be inclusive, so I yield my time to questioning.
Alrighty, we're now in line for questions. Chair Taché.
Move to debate.
There's a motion to go to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Pro Tem Foster.
We just heard this. We voted to approve it. We should do it again. May I retain?
You may.
Move the vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Resolution 5424. Are there any objections? Seeing none, another. With a vote count of 33 to 0, Resolution 5424 passes favorably on third reading. Alrighty, Resolution 5425, resolution urging the Florida's federal senators support the protection of children of long-term visa holders. Chair Temple, 5 minutes, whenever you're ready.
I will speak on the matter, but not because I'm not going to take the full 5 minutes. But nevertheless, I took up this initiative not only because at first I would be advocating on a piece of federal legislation, which was pretty much the first thing that rolled through my mind when a representative from Improve the Dream walked in the SBA like almost a month ago. But the more I looked into the bill itself, and the more I looked into the conditions of these documented dreamers and DACA as a whole, it struck a chord with me in all the best ways imaginable. Because half my blood comes from beyond the United States. Actually, 3/4 of my blood comes from beyond the United States. My mother and my grandmother, my father's side, were immigrants. My mother directly immigrating to the United States and having to wait roughly 10 years to become an American citizen. I watched her become an American citizen right when I was like 8 or 9 years old, alongside my grandmother, her mother, and it was exhilarating. My young brain didn't know it at the time, but I was looking at what America truly is. Looking back at it now, like seeing people come from beyond the United States and come to this country to not only look for a better life, but to live a better life. That is what we are. That's what we should be. We should be a country for the people, and not just those born within the country, but for those who came from beyond the United States. So I took upon this initiative to help those UCF students who did come to the United States in very unique circumstances and who face very, very difficult odds in order to stay in this country. And I could not thank Mr. Solanke, who just walked out of the Senate chamber because he's understandably tired. But but with his guidance and his explanation of the federal legislation and the condition of the documented dreamers, this bill would not have come to the floor as it was. And I encourage you all to, even though we had just seen it, I encourage you all to vote on it again and pass it unanimously in order to show the entirety of the UCF community, especially those dreamers and DACA students who do come to this campus, and those DACA students and the dreamers who do go to universities and schools across the country, that we are with them and that we are fighting for them in order to make sure that they become United States citizens through and through.
Alrighty, we're now in line for questions. All those with questions, Chair Taché.
Move to debate.
There's a motion to go to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Senator Berkman.
This is good. We all believe in this. We need this. Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Resolution 5425. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With a vote count of 33 to 0, Resolution 5425 passes favorably on third reading. Alrighty, I'm gonna put it to the chamber. We have multiple options here. We can go back to unfinished business. We can continue along with the notice legislation on third reading, go to the notice legislation second reading, kind of bounce around the map. So I'm gonna go Chair Taché first and then Vice Chair Spalding.
Last week I gave a similar thing about the advocacy that Senator Caldwell and a bunch of others on campus have been doing surrounding these resolutions and how they really need these to get that going, and they've been working very hard. And since then, I've learned that Evan has sent emails to the people that he's trying to contact at the university 15 times without getting a response. So it would be really nice if we could pass these resolutions so everyone could potentially get in the door to talk about those things. So I'd, personally support staying in legislation on third reading.
Vice Chair Spalding.
Well, I respect that entirely. I think that we should go to unfinished business because I think, as Pro Temp Foster mentioned, he wrote his piece of legislation like a week and a half ago or something like that, and we still haven't seen it. And I feel like it would kind of be counterproductive because I don't think we're going to get through everything in less than an hour. So to add more unfinished business to the already unfinished business, I think we should go there and then go forward.
Chair Trainer.
I was going to say, I think we should move with Tache's resolution, or not his resolution, but what he was proposing we move to. And then perhaps afterwards we could go to the resolution 5421 for freshman orientation, as we do have those orientations coming up. It'd be nice to fit that in before it starts. Senator Berkman.
I'd like to move to see resolutions 5419 through 21 and see them as a block, as we did last session, particularly given the unanimous consent.
I'm not going to see that motion. The only reason why is because I have been told that one of the resolutions there are senators that want more information about, so we will be seeing them individually. Pro Tem Foster.
Oh, I was just going to say my resolution is an unfinished business, but I'm okay with postponing it because it's already sat for a while. And, when Senator Caldwell was here, he really wanted to see his resolutions. And I might amend mine a little bit more. So just to give me some extra time, I don't mind seeing that.
Alrighty, so given kind of the general consensus, is there a motion to return to notice legislation on third reading resolutions? Any objections? Seeing none. Resolutions, is there a motion for speech, questioning, and debate? Senator Palmer?
Motion for 3-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate.
So motion for 3-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Resolution 5419, resolution advocating for accessible voting on campus. Senator Caldwell, I'm guessing Chair Tache, you're good to go. So 3 minutes, correct? I just said 3 minutes. 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Cool. Yeah, we went over this last week. This specific resolution, if we want to try to separate all of the million things that are in these three, is focusing on making voting more accessible on campus. There are two parts to it. One of them is establishing that the university says that every single election there will be a polling site on campus. Currently, that's a thing that happens, but it's kind of just a way to hold the university accountable in case they decide to change their minds. And so, I don't think they'll push back on that part. And then the other main part of it is about suspending classes on the days of voting. I know for me personally, I had 3 classes on voting day and it was raining in my one gap between classes. So I almost didn't vote because it was absolutely pouring. And I just sat in my car outside of my polling place, hoping that it would stop raining before I had class again in 30 minutes. And I'm sure that's the story for a lot of people. Florida had really, really bad youth voter turnout, which is, I don't think, super typical for us compared to the rest of the country. So we should probably be doing stuff here that helps out with that. So yeah, I'll yield to questioning.
Alrighty, we're now in line for questions. All those with questions, please raise your hand. If not, I will take a motion. Senator Palmer.
Move to debate.
There's a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. Senator Palmer.
Move to see Chair Almanar's amendment as a technical.
There's been a motion to see Chair Almanar's amendment. Are there any objections? Seeing none, is there a motion for speech, questioning, and debate? Senator Palmer.
Motion for 2-minute speeches, 2-minute questioning, 2-minute debate.
So motion for 2-minute speeches, 2-minute questioning, 2-minute debate. Any objections? Seeing none, Chair Almanar, 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Yeah, this one's simple. I just added in the first therefore it be resolved clause. So it says here, support the county's government's decision to place a polling site location within campus, and I added within the student union on an annual basis because that is the busiest building on campus. Everyone walks through there. We want the polling site on campus to be at a place with the highest foot traffic.
All right, we're now in line for questions. All those with questions, please raise your hand. Senator Bergman.
Do you think there may be any administrative or functional issues with that?
No, there should not. UF did it and they had very high voter turnout.
All right, Senator Bergman.
Move to debate.
There's a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Chair Taché.
So while I agree with the premise of putting it within the student union, my only problem is now the phrasing isn't accurate, because it says, the administration should support the county's decision to place a polling location on campus within the student union. And to my knowledge, the county government's decision was just to place a polling site on campus. So while I support the concept, and when we're in meetings, we should advocate for it to be in the student union, technically it doesn't actually fit there.
Still in line for debate. Chair Trainer.
I'm just a little unsure about whether I support it being in the student union, not necessarily because it's there, but just in representation of people who might have problems walking to the student union. They had it, I believe, at the Live Oak on campus, which had a parking lot. So I noticed also there were a lot of non-students, people who were traveling outside of UCF to come vote on campus. So I'm not sure if I would support it within, but I just wanted to bring that up.
ILA Elementary.
So before I continue, we're in debate, right?
We are.
All right. So I think it's a good idea to have a polling place within a student union if it can be done, because voter turnout at UCF this election was not high at all, and I hear that not many people voted using the polling place with regards to UCF students at Live Oak. Live Oak is one of the more distant parts of campus. Not many people walk around Live Oak as much as they do around places like Memory Mall or the Student Union or near the John C. Hitt Library. So yeah, I think having a polling place within a student union would encourage a lot more students to vote, because there are lots of students that pass by the student union every single day, whereas the area near the Live Oak Ballroom is just residential apartments nearby, the on-campus dorms, as well as the Live Oak Ballroom itself in Farrell Commons, which, while the facilities there are used, they're not used as much as students use a student union. So I think it's a great idea, and we should advocate for it.
Debate time has elapsed. We are now in voting procedures. The vote counted 21 to 8 to 3. The amendment passes favorably. We're still in debate on Resolution 5419. Chair Urea. There's a motion to vote on Resolution 5419. Do you object or do you withdraw? Vice Chair Spalding.
Just because I have a very quick question. You said that having it be within the student union could cause problems within this legislation. Is that correct?
Yeah, what I was referring to was the fact that in the part right before that, it says, agreeing with the county's decision. And I'm not familiar with the county's decision, but I don't think they explicitly said to put it in the student union. So technically it's incorrect. So yeah. I'll add, probably won't be a problem. I don't imagine that'll come up, and it's good that we advocate for it being in the student union, but yeah.
Move to vote or not? Okay, move to vote.
There's a motion to vote on resolution 5419. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With a vote count of 32 to 0 to 1, resolution 5419 passes favorably on third reading. Resolution 5420, resolution advocating for lobbying reform at the University of Central Florida. Chair Taché.
Yeah, this is actually the only one I'm the sponsor for because it's the one I'm most passionate about. The fact that the University of Central Florida spends money on lobbying and no one knows what it goes to is ridiculous. That should be stuff that's made public and aware to everyone on campus, let alone the student and faculty senates. There should be some sort of check on this because it is a large sum of money to be going to things that we do not know what they are. And I think there's a lot of stuff that we do in this body, advocating on behalf of students, that we could really use that money going to. And there's no way to guarantee at the current moment whether or not that's happening.
Alrighty, we're now in line for questions. All those questions, Chair Almanar.
A motion, if I may. Motion to postpone this piece of legislation. I would like to ask Caldwell questions directly before it passes on third reading.
There's been a motion to postpone this resolution. Are there any objections?
I object.
Do you withdraw?
I do not.
Alrighty. So we're in pro con, pro the objection. Taché, con, Almanar, Chair Taché, 1 minute, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I can try to answer the questions first. There's a chance only Evan knows the answer to these questions, but I can at least try first. And honestly, like, I don't know what the questions would be, but I think the legislation's pretty straightforward. And even if we can't get the specific answers, it should be fine.
Senator Almanar or Chair Almanar?
I don't necessarily read this resolution as being essentially entirely straightforward. There are questions that I have that are more about facilitating conversations with Caldwell. I just haven't had the time to be able to facilitate that since we've had Thanksgiving break and everything. I think this is something out of everything Caldwell has proposed. These three resolutions, I support all of them, but this one I feel like we have to have more conversations around, and I just do not feel comfortable passing this without having the ability to speak with Caldwell either in this chamber or outside. I can't confidently vote yes on this.
Alrighty, we're now in voting procedures. Yes is pro the objection, which is Taché to continue debate, and then no is con, which is to postpone this until the spring. With a vote of 16 to 12 to 5, the objection passes? Okay, so then we're still in questioning. We're still in line for questions. To Chair Taché. Chair Urea. There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Do you withdraw? We're still in line for questions. Senator Berkman.
A question for Brody, if I may.
Go for it.
Do you think the word should functionally replaces the word shall in this document?
No. So this is a conversation we had during GAP that day, and I think that they changed it in some places and just missed that line. Jason's giving me a point, which I think means yes. critically, like the point here is that with a resolution, we're giving an opinion of the Senate. You all cannot have an opinion that someone else will do something. You can have an opinion that they should do something, or you can urge them to do something, but you cannot decide that they shall, right? Because it is not your decision to make. Does that make sense? So yes, like you can ignore my suggestion on the document, but then your statement is like, right, I have an opinion that you will trip on the stairs. Like that's not how that works. You know what I mean? So that's why I put that in there, just so we would remember it.
Still in line for questions. Chair Almoner.
So obviously Caldwell's not here. These are questions I had for you. So, Jason, do you think that Caldwell's extracurricular affiliation with the PAC or with the anti-lobbying group UNPAC has affected this resolution?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that's ethically correct?
Yes. I think
Okay.
if you're doing advocacy on behalf of students and you want to take that to Senate, that should be encouraged.
Okay. This is what I don't know. Y'all kind of forced me into this one. So my question I want to ask Caldwell is do you think as much as I support this, I morally this is about I want to wait this kind of debate. Almost in debate.
All right. Senator Gill.
To continue with that, so you stated, or it's been stated that Caldwell has affiliation with this whatever. What students were asked about this resolution beyond the scope of YDSA?
I'm not sure that YDSA was asked about it. I don't think that came up at any of our meetings. I think this is just something that generally is a nationwide campaign that's been going on through this group UNPAC, which is a voting advocacy organization. It's nonpartisan and a nonprofit. And so while a diverse group of students on campus has not been asked about it, there have been petitions been going around about it. I don't know how many signatures that petition has, but they've been tabling a lot. I remember someone from UNPAC was at the clothing drive that I did. So they've been tabling and getting signatures and talking to people as well as they can. And then additionally, nationwide, this is a thing people at different schools are trying to do. So there's also just, appeal beyond just our campus.
I would also ask before we continue that at the end of the day, every senator is entitled to be affiliated with whatever they choose to be. So let's try to kind of avoid those kinds of. I know there was not any direct insinuation, but let's try to be as respectful to each other as we can. Vice Chair Spalding.
Okay, I don't know if we're allowed to make the same motion, but I feel like even though you answered the best you could, there are questions that Caldwell could better answer that would provide a lot more clarity and give probably a better standpoint on the legislation, because I'd hate for it to not be passed this late. So I would like to make a motion to table it again if possible.
So just to rephrase, you want to postpone it, not table it. Okay. There's been a motion to postpone. Objections? Okay. Do you withdraw? Okay. Still in debate or still in questions? Chair Salcedo.
Could you make the connection with including the statistic about financial aid and students with no debt?
Yeah, I think that's put in there to highlight the example of there are issues that are very relevant to the UCF student body that we think UCF should be lobbying on behalf of, such as the cancellation of student debt, the increasing of financial aid, things like that. And so those are put in there kind of to highlight what the money that we're spending on lobbying should be lobbying for. Obviously, there are a myriad of other causes that could be going in there, but those are two clear and obvious ones.
Alrighty. Questioning time has elapsed. Is there a motion, Chair Almoner?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Well, we were already there. So we're now in debate. All those wishing to debate. I'm going to go Barrickman first.
So I agree with this resolution. I believe that one of the best ways to advocate for our student body is to give them the clarity for where all of the money is going. We have seen similar bills and resolutions and, the swoopy doops about clarity and transparency, and every piece of information that we can provide to our fellow students, or ask for people to provide to us because we can't make them, is beneficial. Absolutely.
Aile Alamachili.
I wholeheartedly support this resolution. Like I said in when it was on second reading, people deserve to know where their money is going, and lobbying that students are not aware of is not a good thing, because that money comes from the tuition paid by all of us. And so I believe that the money that students pay that goes to the university ought to be spent responsibly in a manner that serves the interests of the student body, instead of special interests and corporations that may influence politics and the university. And that's not a good thing. And more transparency is better. More student influence on how the university goes about lobbying for various priorities that it chooses to be of interest. More student influence is a good thing. So I support it, and I encourage my fellow senators to vote in favor as well.
I'm going to see Brody's amendment as a technical, and then Chair Salcedo.
Motion to see my amendment. Is that how I do that?
Yeah, there's a motion to see Chair Salcedo's amendment. Are there any objections? Oh, you want to see it as a block? All right. There's a motion to see Chair Salcedo's amendments as a block. Are there any objections? Chair Almanar, do you object? Seeing none, is there a motion for speech, questioning, and debate? Chair Temple?
Move for 2-minute speeches, 2-minute questioning, 2-minute debate.
Motion for 2-minute speeches, 2-minute questioning, 2-minute debate. Any objections? Seeing none, Chair Salcedo, 2 minutes.
All right. The reason I made this amendment is because the sentence originally says that any and all lobbying should be conducted publicly. Lobbying isn't really anything definitive. Lobbying takes the form of conversations, of a text message. It could take the form of anything. So I think it would be impossible for all lobbying to be conducted publicly. That could look like recording like a session or a meeting with an entity, and I don't really think that's appropriate or professional. So I decided to amend it to say that they should at least disclose what they will be lobbying. So I just amended it to say that the contracted firm should disclose the issues and the politicians that they will be lobbying, rather than making all their meetings public.
Alrighty, we're now in line for questions. All those with questions? Senator Palmer?
Move to debate.
There's a motion to go to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Chair Taché?
Yeah, I mean, it really could go either way. Like, it's not the biggest deal in the world, but I think what's important to remember is kind of what Brody was talking about with the difference between should and shall, of like, we are urging the university to do something. And so I think it's more about our general standpoint on what we should be doing, and the urging of the most public process possible is, I think, what we're urging them to do. An experience of sitting down with the administrators after writing a resolution, they don't necessarily look at the specific wording we're using, but it's important to have like general principles we're following that we're telling them we all agreed on. So that's just kind of my perspective on it.
May I retain?
You may.
I'll make this rather brief. I am in support of this amendment because not only does it actually tidy up the language quite well, it also makes our objective with this bill much more pragmatic. Because as Chair Salcedo said, it's very difficult to have all lobbying activities like be conducted publicly, because that could be in any manner of activities, but rather to have them disclose that information would be much more feasible for them, and be much more feasible for us to sift through, as opposed to going through all the information that they may provide to us, should they provide them to us. With that in mind, move to vote on the amendments to Resolution 5420.
So a motion to vote on the block of amendments. Any objections? Seeing none, we're there. With a vote count of 29 to 3-0, the block of amendments pass favorably. We are still in debate on the resolution. Vice Chair Spalding and then Chair Almanar.
I was going to move to vote.
Okay.
Essentially, as much as I support the sentiments of this resolution, I must say that I am voting against it, and I encourage everyone else to vote against it. Due to not being able to like speak to the author of the resolution, I cannot confidently like morally support this due to a line of thought that seems morally vague, essentially, and I'm trying not to like cross the line of like something that's like insinuating anything malice, because I don't think there's any malice going on here, but there's a slippery slope that can happen with senators working for a organization, and that organization's like goal is explicitly being done through a senator. In any real government, that is a crime. Morally, I'm trying to like not cross the line. I can't support this. Move to table this.
Do you mean to table or to postpone?
Postpone, I meant.
The motion to postpone. Are there any objections? I object. Do you withdraw?
I do not.
Okay. We're gonna. Yes.
By chance, can we go into debate about the objection instead of pro con, so that we kind of, because truthfully, I was confused last time we did this. So I didn't know if we are allowed to do what we did when Custis was here, to debate it a little bit instead of just simply pro con. Obviously with a time limit. But
Brody.
So you cannot debate an objection. However, in general, if someone makes a motion and the chair of the meeting does not ask for objections and instead moves directly into debate on that motion, then you can have debate on the motion. If you ask for objections and people object, then our Senate rules dictate that you go into pro con. I would recommend you all just do that instead of doing a third pro con on the same motion.
You'd recommend doing what?
There's been a motion to postpone. We're now in debate on that motion. That is what I would recommend you do.
Okay. Is there a motion for a set amount of time to debate? Senator Palmer.
Motion for 3-minute debate time.
So motion for 3 minutes debate time. Are there any objections? Senator Berkman, do you withdraw? Senator Palmer? Do you withdraw, Senator Palmer? Senator Berkman?
I feel like we've seen this. This is like the third time we're seeing this now. As the Senate president, can you simply move on and not see this?
I would have liked to just pro con it so we could get past it, but Senator Gill.
Can we move to debate this for 2 minutes with each person only getting 30 seconds of debate? That way it can be a useful debate instead of someone strong arming the debate, because I feel like there are multiple perspectives to be taken into account that I would like to hear.
So in a motion for 2 minutes of debate, 30 seconds each. Are there any objections? Seeing none, 2 minutes. I'm going to let Chair Taché and then Senator Almanar, and then we'll go from there.
Chair Almanar's filibustering this bill. That's so simply what's happening right now. You cannot make the same motion multiple times after we've already established that. It's not against the rules, but it's objectively silly to do with no new information.
Gerald,
I refute that. I am not filibustering. This is simply a bill calling for transparency on lobbyists, and I am not allowed to get any transparency on this resolution and the author before we're passing it. That's kind of hypocritical. Anyways, also, many people have already expressed that they want to table it. Those who want, we can't just simply pass a resolution because we saw it in the second reading. We have to debate it. We don't have enough
Right,
time to figure
time's
this
up.
out.
Senator Gill.
Yeah, I think this resolution is great, but I think there are still unanswered questions. I think I was a little confused by some of the language of like, we support something, but when I asked who was informed of this, there wasn't really any answer to that. I think a lot of it is just a lack of transparency as well. Not that there's anything wrong with this. I would like to pass it, but I think we need more answers before just putting our name on something and sending it to a bunch of people. So I hope we postpone this, please.
Vice Chair Becerra.
If it's not time sensitive and Caldwell's not here and people want to talk to Caldwell,
Decorum, Tausche.
then I guess we should just wait for Caldwell. Simple as that. If it's not time sensitive.
Senator Campbell, or first Tache to clarify, is it time sensitive?
I would argue it is. They're trying to do advocacy surrounding this, and the only way to get the university to answer is through passing this resolution.
All right, Senator Campbell, and then that's it.
I would just like to point out that this is my first session, and just very quickly reading through, I'm able to comprehend what's being said without any real issue. At least from my perspective, I don't understand why there is a lack of understanding about what this bill is. It is fairly cut and dry. I can understand not understanding some of the legalese, but outside of that, there's no fault in not understanding.
Alrighty. Brody, does someone still have to make a motion, or do we pro-con it now?
No, you have debated the motion, and if your time is elapsed, then you now go to vote on the motion.
All right, we're now voting on the motion to postpone.
Sorry, yes, the motion was to postpone, therefore yes is to postpone, and no is to not postpone.
With a vote count of 16 to 16 to 1, it's not postponed, correct?
Unless you would like to break the tie.
Oy.
So to be clear, correct. There are not more yeses than nos, therefore it does not pass unless you would like to add your vote to change the outcome.
No. Okay. Debate continues. For like 2 minutes. Chair Tache.
I've obviously already spoken a lot on this, but as I said earlier, want to bring it back to the fact that this is an objectively great piece of legislation. Putting the lobbying money this university uses in the hands of the people who care about it, rather than the people who may be serving their own interest, is very important. The board of trustees of our university are the people who currently oversee this. The board of the trustees of our university are appointed by elected officials of our government in the state of Florida. It makes no sense to have it be structured this way. And, we can't be sure what they're advocating for, but I'm certain the advocacy would be better if it was put in our hands.
Senator Palmer.
Yeah, this resolution is taking a long time at this point. We also have another time-sensitive resolution. I suppose so. I would hope that the Senate body really moves to vote. I'm in support of the resolution since I don't see any problem with it, and with that, I yield my time.
Chair Almoner.
I'm still not in support of this resolution. The last vote ended in a tie. I also don't think everyone voted, if anyone was outside the chamber. So You can't win an election with only 50%.
Senator Duke.
I just want to come out in full support of this resolution. I feel like everything's very cut and dry. I didn't really have any problems interpreting anything or anything that's detailed within the resolution. I definitely believe that it's time sensitive as well. And there's just so much money that's going into lobbying that's not very clear to the student body, and it is coming directly from our tuition. So I think it's very important for this resolution to pass.
Okay, debate time has elapsed. We're now in voting procedures. With a vote count of 22 to 6, resolution 5420 passes favorably on third reading. Alrighty, in the interest of time, because we're running out of time, is there a motion to go to Senate forum? All right, I'll everyone briefly, and then we'll go from there. You can, yes. I'll withdraw. Yeah.
I think this next one way less controversial, and I think we can get through it.
Okay. Is there a motion to see resolution 5421? All right, Chair Teche.
Yeah, this one's really simple. Everyone really liked it last time. It's a resolution advocating for voter registration and freshman orientation. As Evan talked about last time, there are a lot of people who work very tirelessly on our campus. JC, Alexa, whoever.
JC, decorum. That's it. Thank you.
People like Alexa, people like JC, I think people like Mel. Yeah. All do a lot of voter signups and voter registration, have to work very hard. And their time could be spent doing other things if we had higher voter registration on the UCF campus. So if we implemented this as an option at freshman orientation, it would save a lot of organizers a lot of time and would help increase the population we have for our district, would help a lot of stuff.
Alrighty, we're now in line for questions. All those with questions, please raise your hand. Chair Ray.
Move to debate.
There's a motion to go to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Vice Chair Spalding and then Chair Temple.
Oh, I was going to vote in favor, and then if no one else had a dissenting opinion, I was going to move to vote in the interest of time.
So a motion to vote. Any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. Vote count 31 to 0 to 3. Resolution 5421 passes favorably on third reading. In the interest of time, is there a motion to go to advisor's report? All righty, we're now in advisor's report. We're ready.
All right, I will be brief tonight. The important things that I need to share with you are that your finals are coming up and you need to take time to study for those. I do not want to lose any of you because you spent too much time thinking about the nonsense in here and not enough time on your tests, and therefore did not get a good enough GPA to stay in Senate. That would be sad, and I will be sad. Also, after finals, there's several weeks where you don't have to be here at campus at all, and you should do your best to not think about this place at all. Breaks are important. You need them. We all need them, but you all especially, as growing young adults, need them for your brains. And if you think about Senate for 3 weeks and then you come back, you're going to be burnt out the day one. So don't do that. Don't think about this place. Remove the Outlook app if you have it. Don't look at your calendar. Don't do anything. Forget that I am a person. And then when you come back, you will be delighted to meet me again. That is all I have to say.
Ready, Netta?
Thank you all so much for a wonderful semester. I love seeing all of your faces on Thursday and in the office. And yeah, enjoy your holiday break and good luck on finals. I'm here if you need anything.
Aloe?
I didn't get to do my report last week, and I was really sad about that. I have to do my usual spiel. Hi, new senators. My name's Aloe. I'm the student assistant for student government. My pronouns are they, them, theirs. Welcome to Senate. You will be getting an email from beautiful Netta with information on how to log into your Senate email. The Senate emails are weird. So before you freak out and are like, oh my God, I can't log in, try it in the office. I don't know why. Sometimes the first time you have to log in the office. You'll also be getting a form from me with like some information I need you to fill out just for administrative stuff. So keep an eye out for that. And then if you have any questions, I'm almost always in the office. Brody is literally always in the office. So feel free to come see us and ask us those questions. Serious stuff. You guys have to stop staying in the office after 5 p.m. when you don't have a committee meeting. You cannot stay in the office after 5 p.m. It is a liability issue for the university. This is Jax speaking through me, by the way. It is a liability issue for the meeting. If you leave when I tell you to leave and you come back in after I leave, that is a liability issue for the university. If there was an emergency after hours, they would not check the Senate office because they would assume it was closed and no one was in there. If you don't have a committee meeting, if Brody is not in there, if you don't have some scheduled thing, you cannot stay there after hours. I think that's the only serious stuff. Please study for your finals. And then happy stuff. I finished my grad school applications and I just wanted to brag a little bit. I applied to 10 programs and that sucked. Oh my God, it sucked so bad. But now I'm done and I can just focus on the other stressful things in my life. So please study for your finals and hydrate and like get enough rest over the break.
Are there any questions for any of the advisors? Chair Tashere?
Caucus and committee meetings. Is that happening next week or are we done?
Technically, you can have caucus meetings next week. I recommend you don't because, as I said, study for your finals. We cannot have a Senate meeting per statutes, and I can't remember if it's technically in there, but like there's no sense in having a committee meeting if you cannot have a Senate meeting to do the corresponding business. So historically, no. Like after tonight and tomorrow, like we're done, and I don't want to see you.
Chair Temple.
Very brief for Alo. Where did you apply for graduate school? You have to keep us in suspense. Sorry.
Miscellaneous business. All right, we got to sweep through this. No, we got to do a lot of stuff. Elections. Is there a motion to open the floor for CRT elections? Senator Betheja, do you accept?
Yes, sir.
Is there a motion to close the floor for CRT nominations? All those in favor? All those against? Congratulations, you're on CRT. Is there a motion to open the floor for ENA elections? Senator Cantrell, do you accept? I do. Is there a motion to close the floor for ENA elections? All those in favor? All those against? Congratulations, you're on ENA. Is there a motion to open the floor for LJR elections? Senator McNutt, do you accept? Is there a motion to close the floor for LJR elections? All those in favor? All those against? Congratulations, you're on LJR. Is there a motion to open the floor for FAO elections? Senator Duke, do you accept?
I accept.
Is there a motion to close the floor for FAO elections? All those in favor? All those against? Congratulations, you're on FAO. Appointments. I hereby appoint Senator Campbell to SBA. I hereby appoint Senator Donovan and Senator Duke to GAP, and I hereby appoint Senator Wangen and Senator Campbell to the Disability Caucus. Foster's Fit Check.
Totally forgot. I'm gonna give the honorable to Omanar because that's a very interesting sweater. 3, I'm gonna go with Miss McNutt. I like her outfit. She had a really good outfit today. We'll go with Holmes for number 2. I like the outfit. And I think Chair Millington actually had the best outfit tonight. So.
Chair Temple.
A motion, Mr. Speaker?
You may.
Move to adjourn pending final roll call.
So motion to adjourn pending final roll call. Any objections? Seeing none, I would ask everyone not start packing up until we're done. Chair Urea.
Trainer.
Here.
Tribble.
Here.
Mole. Podier. Moda.
Here.
Kira.
Here.
Nimbargi.
Here.
Donovan.
Here.
McClellan. Millington.
Present.
Temple.
Present.
Capozzi. Caldwell. This is broken. Sorry. Spalding.
Present.
Castello.
Present.
Parmar.
Present.
Cantrell.
Present. Present.
Present.
Present.
Present.
Present.
Present.
Present.
Present.
Present.
Here. Aki.
Present.
Here.
Present.
Present. Here.
Present. Present.
Present.
Present.
Here.
Alrighty, y'all have a great winter break. Just do good on finals. See you in January.
And grab a cupcake on the way out